Minister of VSA, and your support staff. Good afternoon to my colleagues here in the Tribune. Good afternoon to those in the Tribune, my honorable colleagues here. Good afternoon, Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, I would like to give my sincere condolences to the family and fellow loved ones of my former supervisor, Ms. Kathleen Richardson, who worked at PJIAE when I was about 16 years old. She also has been in recent contact with me, Madam Chair. And her last message, just a week and change ago, was, "Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis. Can you please send this picture to Public Works to ask them if they can please come and clean this, please," which is the running nasty water in front of her house on the St. Peter's Road. Madam Chair, it is unfortunate that she has passed. And again, my condolences go out to her family. And I hope that the Minister of Rummy is listening again, that he may start to work on behalf of this country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank you, MP Lewis. I don't see any other notification requests, so we continue with the agenda points for this meeting. Before I go over to the agenda points, I just want to make mention of the fact that the Parliament of Sint Maarten did receive an invitation from the government of Anguilla to participate in their Anguilla Day ceremonies. However, given the fact that we also had invitations for members of committees to attend Parlatino meetings, and no one is going to go to those. But in any case, we have not, no delegation is leaving to Anguilla, and we will send on behalf of the Parliament of Sint Maarten, of course, congratulations to the people and the government of Anguilla on the celebration of their Anguilla Day. Continuing with the agenda points for this public meeting, we have incoming documents. We have, that's number one. We have number two, advice on a report from the Committee of Parlatino Matters regarding the First Vice Chairmanship of a Parlatino Committee. Members of Parliament, this is document number IS 962, and it is dated April the 15th. Thirdly, we have ratification of admission of the Parliament of Sint Maarten as an Associate Member of ParlAmericas. This document is mentioned or is registered on the IS 1107, dated May the 27th. And fourthly, we have the agenda point, the lack of confidence in the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor. This document is registered on the IS 988, dated April the 21st of this year. Members of Parliament, I again wish to apprise you of the fact that I will be allowing interruptions based on the regular guidelines for interruptions, as this is a public meeting. And just to remind everyone, interruptions should seek to establish or to receive clarification, to challenge assertions, something that someone would say. You can also contribute additional information if any member has that. And if you're making just remarks, they need to be brief. And of course, there are three interruptions every member can have per agenda point. We go over to agenda point number one. And this is the list of incoming documents and the proposals for the handling of these documents. The documents that are on this list are the numbers 838 through 904 of this parliamentary year. Are there any comments from members of Parliament on the list presented? We don't have. I look to make sure there's no one who wrote in for that. No need to speak on this list of incoming documents and the proposed ways to handle these. So this list and the proposals for handling are considered approved. The list of agenda point number one is hereby approved. We go over to agenda point number two. and that is the advice on a report from the Committee of Parlatino Matters, that's a committee of Parliament, regarding the first vice chairmanship of a Parlatino committee. This document in the archives or the records of Parliament is number 962, dated April the 15th. It was back in November of last year, on the 26th to be exact, by IS number 393, that we of the Parliament of Sint Maarten were informed by the President of Parlatino, Mr. Rolando Gonzalez Patricio, that the Board of Directors of Parlatino approved by a majority vote the decision to grant Sint Maarten the first vice presidency of the Committee on Economic Affairs, Social Debt, and Regional Development. Our local committee here, the one on Parlatino Matters, discussed this proposal or this invitation in its meeting of March 4th of this year, and discussed the appointment and position of a first vice chairman of the Committee of Economic Affairs, Social Debt, and Regional Development of Parlatino. Based on those discussions in the Committee of Parlatino Matters, a report of the meeting was sent to the Central Committee meeting with a proposal. That proposal was discussed in Central Committee, namely in the meeting of April 22nd, 2026, and an advice coming out of that Central Committee meeting was then sent to the public meeting for further handling and decision-making. Members of Parliament, you have received a copy of this advice from the Central Committee via email. And what is being asked now of this public meeting of Parliament is that that proposal be approved and voted upon, as is done for the establishment of the composition of regular Parlatino committees, and that the Member of Parliament, Mr. Francisco A. La Cruz, who's also a member of the Parlatino Matters Committee of this Parliament, as well as a member of the Committee on Economic Affairs, Social Debt, and Regional Development of the Parliament of Latin America and the Caribbean, the Parlatino, that this Member of Parliament be appointed as the first vice chairman of the Committee on Economic Affairs, Social Debt, and Regional Development on behalf of the Parliament of Sint Maarten, and that the Parliament of Latin America and Caribbean, Parlatino, be duly informed of this appointment. I look to see, yes, we do have a speaker on this topic according to the speakers list for this agenda point, and I give the floor in this round to MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed afternoon, Madam Chair Lady Griffier, Honorable Minister Wever, those in the Tribune, my fellow colleagues, and all those listening via social media. A broad, good afternoon to Sint Maarten. Madam Chair Lady, it is an honor to actually be nominated for this position. And many don't understand actually what Parlatino has been doing, but little by little, we will get there. What most important is, Madam Chair Lady, is that Parlatino themselves, and when I say Parlatino, have seen the work that this Parliament and dedication and participation in Parlatino matters and what we have put into it. So that is why we were awarded that chair. Madam Chair Lady, it is somewhat unfortunate that this is being discussed today while I have the Minister of Wever before me, and he was the first one to open his doors concerning a legislation that came out of Parlatino to be discussed in his ministry. So a little unfortunate, but that is life, and we will continue to move forward with Parlatino and the participation of all members. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. I don't have any other speaker on this agenda point, and I look to MP Lacruz. MP Lacruz, do you have anything else to say which could be considered the second round on this agenda point? There is no need for that. So I want to thank you, MP Lacruz, for your contribution to this topic, and we would have to actually vote on this proposal that came from the Central Committee. Is there any need for hoofdelijke stemming on this matter? I don't get that impression from anyone. So this advice is accepted unanimously. At this time, I want to take the opportunity to congratulate MP Lacruz on this appointment. I wish you much success, MP Lacruz, and wisdom in carrying out the duties as First Vice Chairman of the Committee on Economic Affairs, Social Debt, and Regional Development of the Parliament of Latin America and the Caribbean, Parlatino, on behalf of the Parliament of Sint Maarten. Congratulations, MP Lacruz. And we continue on regional matters of the Parliament of Sint Maarten, and we have the agenda point number 3, which is the ratification of admission of the Parliament of Sint Maarten as an Associate Member of ParlAmericas. This Members of Parliament is document number 1107, and it's dated May the 27th. It was on May the 26th that we received a letter from the President of ParlAmericas, Mr. Ivan Flores Garcia, who's a senator of Chile, informing the Parliament that at a meeting of ParlAmericas Council held in Ottawa, Canada on May 19th, the Council of ParlAmericas unanimously approved the establishment of a new associate membership category, as well as the invitation to the Parliament of Sint Maarten to join ParlAmericas under this category. The letter from the President of ParlAmericas is registered on the IS 1107, dated May the 27th. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, if we look briefly at ParlAmericas, and you just heard the previous agenda point regarding Parlatino, but if we now focus on ParlAmericas, this is an international organization that brings together the national parliaments of countries across North, Central, and South America, as well as the Caribbean. It serves as a platform for parliamentarians to cooperate, share ideas, and engage in political dialogue on regional issues. Its primary, ParlAmericas' primary objective is to strengthen democracy, governance, and human rights by promoting collaboration, exchanging best legislative practices, supporting legislators in their work within their respective parliaments and countries. On August the 30th, 2022, the Parliament of Sint Maarten accepted a proposal that seeks to, amongst other things, have the Parliament of Sint Maarten engage in relationship development with Sint Maarten's immediate and Eastern Caribbean neighbors. The accepted proposal also requested that a presidium of the Parliament look into other parliamentary platforms such as CARICOM and OECS. Based on the aforementioned, the ParlAmericas parliamentary platform was identified after Parliament was invited to a multi-stakeholder dialogue on gender equality and sustainable development organized by ParlAmericas in collaborations with other partners in October 2023 in St. Lucia. A member of Parliament of Sint Maarten, MP de Wever, participated in that event back in 2023. On March the 25th of 2024, the President of Parliament, accompanied by the Secretary General of Parliament, met with Ms. Alicia Todd, Director General of ParlAmericas, and staff virtually to have preliminary discussions regarding the possibilities of Sint Maarten becoming a member of ParlAmericas. During this meeting, the ParlAmericas representatives indicated that in the future, the Parliament of Sint Maarten would be invited to all their events, while ParlAmerica would continue to look into the possibility of Sint Maarten becoming an associate member of the ParlAmericas organization, considering our constitutional status. On April the 19th of 2024, we received an invitation from ParlAmericas to attend the 20th ParlAmericas Plenary Assembly and the 8th gathering of the Open Parliament Network of ParlAmericas in Asunción, Paraguay from May 8th through the 10th of 2024, under the theme, Building Partnerships to Strengthen Democracy and Promote Human Rights. And since then, the Parliament of Sint Maarten, including members of Parliament and parliamentary staff, have been invited to and have participated in several meetings, gatherings, workshops, and study visits, both virtual and in person, organized by or in collaboration with ParlAmericas. In his letter, the President of ParlAmericas indicated that the admission of the Parliament of Sint Maarten as an associate member recognizes the valuable contributions that its members have already made through their participation in ParlAmericas activities. I pause here for a moment to congratulate the members of Parliament who at different events have represented Sint Maarten in those events of ParlAmericas. And so during the 74th regular meeting of the ParlAmericas Council, held in Ottawa, Canada, the Council resolved that, 1, ParlAmericas will establish a new category of associate membership for parliamentary institutions of self-governing territories within the hemisphere that are not sovereign states but maintain independent legislative bodies, such as our Parliament. And secondly, that the Parliaments of Sint Maarten and Curaçao be invited to join ParlAmericas under this associate membership category, with participation rights defined as full participation in programmatic activities, including meetings, networks, and outcomes, such as declarations, and as a voice, however not with a vote, in the decision-making processes of ParlAmericas governing bodies. While we will not be able to hold or eligible to hold executive positions within the ParlAmericas Council or membership on the Board of Directors of the ParlAmerica Corporation, as these are positions for the members and not associate members yet. But this is a matter of discussion in evolution as ParlAmerica looks at its scope and its reach. And the annual membership fee has been established for associate members at $2,800 a year. And this has been done based on the economic profile, which aligns with the lowest contribution tier of the ParlAmericas fee structure, with the understanding that the applicable fee level for any future associate members shall be determined based on their relative economic capacity. This fee shall be subject to periodic review in accordance with the further or the broader review of the ParlAmericas membership fee structure. The Council of ParlAmericas further resolved that the extension of associate membership to additional parliamentary institutions, so other countries basically, shall be considered on a case-by-case basis, subject to a decision of the ParlAmericas Council. And in assessing any future expressions of interest, the Council shall consider, 1, the existence of a functioning parliamentary institution with meaningful legislative autonomy, a demonstrated interest in participation in the work and mandate of ParlAmericas, and this one I am extremely proud of, the third one, evidence of sustained and constructive engagement with ParlAmericas activities and networks consistent with the level of participation observed in the cases of Sint Maarten and Curaçao. And that's why I paused earlier to thank the members for their participation, because based on that, other requests to become associate members of ParlAmericas would be based on Sint Maarten's level of participation up until now, even while or before we became Associate Member of ParlAmericas. So this approach, members of Parliament, is intended to ensure that the expansion of associate membership remains deliberate and principled, supporting meaningful participation while preserving the integrity of ParlAmericas' governance framework. Members of Parliament, you have received a copy of the document that includes the letter from the President of ParlAmericas. You have received a resolution of the ParlAmericas Council, as well as the rules of governance of ParlAmericas, known as the regulations, via email. So what is before you now, members of Parliament, is the proposal for this public meeting of Parliament to approve and ratify the Parliament of Sint Maarten's accession as an associate member of the ParlAmericas organization, thereby continuing to strengthen the Parliament's engagement, our Parliament's engagement in regional parliamentary cooperation, democratic governance, and interparliamentary dialogue throughout the Caribbean region and the Americas. Does any member wish to speak on the topic? I'm going to allow members who wish to do so the opportunity to sign in at this time. I give the floor to MP Roseberg. MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Blessed afternoon to everyone present here today. Yes, I took the opportunity to speak on this matter because I myself have been to several ParlAmericas conferences, and I do like the way how ParlAmericas operates and what I have been able to brought back home from it. And up to now, I have contact with the several other MPs from the different countries, and we're discussing several issues that we have on our islands. For example, recently, we went to a conference where it was discussed in regards to paternity leave, care in general, and that's something that we are dealing with on Sint Maarten as well. So, you know, on the one hand, if you travel, what do you bring back home? And I do believe that ParlAmericas has shown from several travels that I have done myself that it brings results. The latest one was the one in regards to care, and where currently, for example, is being looked into paternity leave. But then on the other hand, I can remember one of my first visits, and this was after MP de Wever actually said, like, you need to go to ParlAmericas, it's really effective. And I was like, okay, let's see. And when I went, I experienced how the concept and how effective it can be, but it always boils down to your own participation and what you bring back home. And my first travel to ParlAmericas, I can remember that gender-based violence was one of the topics, and then I mentioned the part of Lei Olympia and brought it back to Parliament and mentioned that that's something that we need to work on as well. And it is something, digital violence is something that we're dealing with. It's something that's very much on the forefront on Sint Maarten with online bullying, online abuse, the AI that we are seeing. So I'm pro becoming a member, associate member of ParlAmericas, and I hope that we can continue bringing positive contribution to such and bringing back home positive information that can impact the people of Sint Maarten. Because traveling is one, but not bringing back anything, that's of course not the idea behind of it. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. And in further explaining to the members and the people of Sint Maarten regarding ParlAmericas and the importance of Sint Maarten attaining associate membership in it, I just want to give a further elucidation to the structure, because oftentimes we hear of this network of ParlAmericas or that network of ParlAmericas. So what is called, for example, in our parliamentary committees, what is called also in Parlatino committees, in the case of ParlAmericas, they are called networks, and that is with the emphasis on networking. They have established networks of open parliament, encouraging parliaments how to reach a maximum amount of constituents and others that the parliaments serve in general. So you have the network Open Parliament, you have the network Gender Equality, the network on climate, and a recent one is the network on security. I just wanted to add that to the context of ParlAmericas, and I continue with the speakers list on this matter, and I give the floor to MP de Wever. MP de Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to everyone. Well, you clarified it. Actually, what I wanted to say was bring up sort of the differences between Parlatino and ParlAmericas, but also for public consumption, because in order for the public to understand what we're doing and why, let's say I was such a big advocate of ParlAmericas as opposed to Parlatino, is because of the fact that you have Caribbean islands included in ParlAmericas. And the relationships that you maintain, you have, in Parlatino, you have Curacao and Aruba and Sint Maarten, but that's it, that's the limit. Sure, you have Dominican Republic, but because you're dealing with the Canadian Parliament as well as an organizer, this is why there's a different level attached to ParlAmericas. No, not everyone has to agree with me, but it's very important when you see that you are on speed dial with speakers of the House from Barbados, from Grenada, from Trinidad. You have direct contact with these people, and you call them for anything. I mean, just yesterday, 2 days ago on the 26th, there was a major surgery happening through robotics, basically, in Guyana, and this is because of building a relationship with the Speaker of the House. And so your conversations go into, well, we're building a hospital, what are the challenges we're going to be faced with, what are the specialists that we're going to need? So you start making a network, and I know that that network is available in everywhere else, but you don't have a choice but to participate when you're in ParlAmericas. When you have breakout sessions, you have to present. You have to get up on a stage and do it in front of everyone else. You have to constantly be engaged and be alert. And I just want people to understand that there is a significant advantage to basically being in a group or in a network with the rest of your geographical peers, which is the Caribbean and the parts of South America that are still, and Central America that are still considered as Caribbean, such as Belize and Guyana and Suriname. So I just wanted to reemphasize that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP de Wever. Members, I don't see any other member wishing to speak on the topic. And again, because being a proponent of the open parliament dialogue, I continue also based on what MP de Wever brought forward to explain that in ParlAmericas, the declarations based on the discussions that the countries have in ParlAmericas, declarations are usually formulated by those who are representing at ParlAmericas events. And so I look forward, members of parliament, to follow up debates on the declarations that have come out of participation in ParlAmericas. So members of parliament, I look at the two members who have spoken and ask if there's the need to add anything else, which would be kind of a second round on the matter. That I don't see that from the two MPs who have spoken. So that brings us to the end of the deliberations on this proposal before this public meeting of Parliament. And according to Article 57, we would now go over to voting. And unless there is the need for hoofdelijke stemming, I will consider this proposal unanimously. So is there need by anyone for hoofdelijke stemming? That appears not to be the case. So this proposal is accepted unanimously. Of course, based on this acceptance, ParlAmericas organization will be informed of the decision of Parliament to accept the invitation to become an associate member of its organization. And secondly, the government of Sint Maarten, specifically the Minister of General Affairs, under which foreign relations fall, will be informed of the decision of Parliament to accept the invitation to become an associate member of the ParlAmericas organization. And we will follow up with that communication to the government, also indicating how important it is that the observer's status in the OAS, which is occupied permanent observer status, which is occupied by the Netherlands, given our acceptance as a parliament of the associate membership in ParlAmericas, we believe it's important that the government of Sint Maarten pays keen attention to that role of the Netherlands in the OAS, Organization of American States, and utilize that connection in order to make things happen in the benefit of this country through those networks. So we have that decision. This is the second time of the gavel on that, just to emphasize. We now go over, members of parliament, to the agenda point number 4 on this agenda, and that is the lack of confidence in the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, IS 988, dated April the 21st of 2026. On April the 21st of this year, the Parliament received a letter from MP Meyers, MP Wever, and MP Jansen-Webster with the request that an urgent public meeting of Parliament be convened to discuss the above-mentioned agenda point. And it was requested that the presence of the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, that presence be requested. At this time, I would give the floor to the requestors or one of the requester of this meeting to elucidate their requests. To whom can I give the floor? We have MP Wever. MP Wever, I invite you to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to Grafia, Honorable Minister, support staff, those in the tribune with us today, my honorable colleagues, and those listening and viewing from whichever medium. Honorable Chair Lady, I think the subject pretty much says it all. I think the lack of confidence in the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, and I don't think there is much else to say or to go into detail in that matter at this moment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Wever. I now look at the speakers list, and I give the floor as speaker to MP Christopher Wever. MP Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair. Today is definitely not an easy day. It's not a day that, we look forward to happening. It's actually unfortunate that we are in this situation. I won't go too much into it. I mean, the minister and myself had conversation before as well. It's not about the political grandstanding for me for today, as it is really what it is. The only thing I can tell the minister based on conversations we've had before, when we purchase shoes and everything, we must be careful who we let tie your shoestrings, because those same persons might make you fall or trip, So, but it's conversations we've had. I have respect for the minister as a person, definitely. And with that said, Madam Chair, I would like to go over to the motion of today. Parliamentary year 2025-2026, the Parliament of Sint Maarten in its meeting of today, May 29th, 2026, considering that the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, VSA, Mr. Reginald Brugge, was nominated for appointment by the leadership of the Unified Resilient Sint Maarten movement, that the parliamentary system of Sint Maarten is founded upon the rule of confidence, which dictates that the minister must maintain the continuous support of Parliament, a principle inextricably linked to the political support of the nominating party. that the explanatory memorandum emphasizes that the rule of confidence is essential to ensure the homogeneity of the Council of Ministers and the effectiveness of government. That it has been indicated that the minister no longer enjoys the confidence of the URSM. That the relationship between the minister and the URSM has reached a point where continued collaboration within the governing coalition is no longer attainable. That such a breakdown in the chain of political legitimacy directly impacts the functioning of the Council of Ministers and the overall stability of the government. That the URSM has requested the minister to make his position available, yet this request has not resulted in the minister's resignation. Establishes that it is the fundamental safeguarding function of Parliament to protect the continuity and stability of the country's administration against political impasses. That the absence of political confidence between a minister and the nominating party creates a constitutional anomaly that is incompatible with effective and cohesive governance. That this motion serves as a necessary constitutional instrument to restore executive balance and it's strictly of a political and functional nature, rather than a judgment on the personal or professional conduct of the minister. That the Parliament is duty-bound to intervene to prevent a paralysis of public administration and to act in the best interest of the stability of St. Maarten. Resolves that the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labour, Mr. Richard Bruch, no longer enjoys the confidence of the Parliament of St. Maarten. That in accordance with Article 33, Paragraph 2 of the Constitution of St. Maarten, the Minister is requested to make his position immediately available to the Governor, thereby tendering his resignation. That this motion is based on the necessity of safeguarding political alignment, coalition stability, and integrity of the parliamentary process. And goes over to the order of the day. St. Maarten, May 29, 2026, submitted by Member of Parliament on behalf of the Unified Resilient St. Maarten Movement, myself, MP Wever, and co-signed by MP Veronica Jansen-Webster. Copies of this motion will be sent to the Parliament of St. Maarten, the Government of St. Maarten, and the Governor of St. Maarten. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Wever. Before the motion can be handled, the support for the motion, the motion is co-signed by another member. However, the support is required of at least one other member for the handling of doesn't have to be signed on the document, but the support needs to be indicated that there is another or more support for the motion. Do I see MP Dimar Labega is so the motion as presented by MP Wever has the support of 2 additional members. We will allow me to adjourn for just 5 minutes that we get the administrative follow-up to that done in terms of the copying, etc. So this meeting is adjourned until 3:10. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby reopen this meeting of Parliament as we continue on the agenda point that has been presented by one of the requestors of the meeting, and now, of course, the possibility for the members of Parliament to speak to the topic is available. I remind the members that the speaking time is 20 minutes in the first round and 10 in the second round. And according to the speakers list, I give the floor to MP Wever, while reminding all members of Parliament that MP Wever has spoken already indeed. My apologies, MP Wever. And we have the next speaker, which is MP Lewis. However, the motion has been shared with members of Parliament as well as with the minister. So we continue with this meeting, and the next speaker is MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, the agenda point should be changed today to dirty politics. I will repeat, Madam Chair, dirty politics. Based on the agenda point and regarding the motion of no confidence against the Minister of VSA by the URSM MP, Christopher Wever, I would like to share my opinion or sentiments as one of the legislative leaders on this island nation regarding the latter. It is hypocritical of the coalition, respectively the URSM, to go as far as to want to get rid of a working minister without due process. But choose to save a minister that has our island in a deplorable state, having many young men unemployed, and having investors changing their minds on investing in Sint Maarten. I have made my position clear, Madam Chair, on some of the decisions or decision-making by Minister Bruch. But I've also seen the fruits of his labor to the people of Sint Maarten. I am of the opinion that the bigger part of this situation is personal. Madam Chair, it is not about the fundamental safeguarding and functioning of the Parliament to protect the continuity and stability of the country's administration against political impasses, as mentioned in this motion. Madam Chair, this is about the abuse of power and corruption. Why, Madam Chair? I asked the Prime Minister if an official complaint was filed on the Minister of VSR by the Prosecutor's Office or the National Decree. Madam Chair, you, as the biggest leader in this country, did not allow to postpone this meeting, to allow the Prime Minister to come back and defend the allegations against him for the abuse of power and allegation. And with this, I would say, Madam Chair, I am very ashamed of this institution. Minister Bruch was elected by the people of Sint Maarten, Madam Chair. Minister Bruch is one of the reasons, Madam Chair, why 2 MPs who were by default elected, and when I say default, Madam Chair, I mean Minister Bruch gave up his seat so that MP Wever, who got 54 votes, Madam Chair, to decide on his fate today. With all due respect, Madam Chair, I believe that the Honorable MP Wever should resign and allow Minister Bruch the opportunity to take back up his seat in this Honorable House if this motion passes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I now give the floor to MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed afternoon once again, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, I want to start on a different note. I want to congratulate all the lupus warriors and somewhat saddened that after the minister has put so much time into bringing this autoimmune illness to the forefront, that we are here on this day dealing with this situation. Madam Chair Lady, the color is purple, so I will encourage everyone. As you can see, many of the members of Parliament have on something purple, the minister himself and his staff, to put on purple today. Madam Chair Lady, we have before us today a decision to be made concerning the continuation of the Honorable, and when I say Honorable Minister of VSA, Richinel Brugge, it comes from the heart. Madam Chair Lady, if it's one minister that has never missed a call or call to help in any way whatsoever, it is Minister Richinel Brugge. Madam Chair Lady, one of the things that is now the most worrisome that came out in the last few days here on Sint Maarten is concerning what took place in the ministry when the minister was there, when he wasn't there. And that is my concern today. That is what bothers me the most, because it bothers a lot of people. I've gotten many, many calls. Is my doctor qualified? What is happening here? What is going on here? You know, my brother passed away. Where can I go and find out? Can I make a claim? Can I? Madam Chair Lady, for that reason, when it comes to motivating my vote concerning the motion before the minister, today I will discuss that. But now, I have a motion myself, Madam Chair Lady. In the Parliament of Sint Maarten, in its meeting assembled on Friday, May the 29th, 2026, having considered the constitutional role of Parliament to exercise oversight over government and safeguard proper governance and public interests, the importance of maintaining high standards, transparency, and accountability in the healthcare system, particularly regarding the authorization and practice of medical professionals. Noting that the healthcare sector in Sint Maarten requires strict regulation to ensure that only qualified and competent professionals are allowed to practice medicine in the interests of patient safety and public trust. There having been ongoing integrity-related concerns and parliamentary scrutiny involving the Ministry of Public Health, Social Development, and Labor, VSA, its oversight, and the matters relating to professional authorization and governance. Observing that there have been disturbing attempts, alleged, whereby the Prime Minister sought to sign off or facilitate the authorization of a medical professional to practice as a general practitioner in Sint Maarten without legal required documentation. Ministers of VSR reportedly refused to sign the advice regarding this authorization. The Ministry of Public Health, consisting of qualified medical professionals, together with the Inspectorate, have reportedly issued a negative advice on this matter. There is uncertainty as to whether the individual in question is currently practicing medicine in Sint Maarten outside of their agreed position in the Sint Maarten Medical Center. Considering that any unauthorized practice of medicine poses a direct risk to public health, patient safety, and the trust in the healthcare system. Proper procedures, legal requirements, and professional standards must be strictly adhered to in the authorization of medical practitioners. Parliament has a duty to ensure that no procedural violations, political interference, or irregularities occur in sensitive sectors such as healthcare. Given that the Prime Minister mentioned, and I quote, the reasoning to overturn the negative advice, I knew the individual. Resolves to urge the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, VSA, to immediately mandate the relevant departments within the ministry, including the Inspectorate of Health, to conduct a comprehensive and urgent investigation to determine whether the individual in question is currently practicing medicine on Sint Maarten, verify the legal status, credentials, and authorization of said individual. 2, to require that the definite and confidential report outlined the findings of this investigation be submitted to Parliament. 3, to ensure that appropriate immediate measures are taken where necessary to halt any unauthorized medical practice pending the outcome of this investigation. 4, to request that the report also clearly indicate whether proper procedures were followed, whether any laws, regulations, or administrative protocols were breached, any role of political or administrative interference, if applicable. 5, to urge government to reaffirm and strictly enforce all requirements for the authorization and practice of medical professionals in Sint Maarten, in line with existing policies and forthcoming regulatory frameworks. And further resolves to forward this motion to the Council of Ministers and the Minister of VSA for immediate execution and follow-up. This motion has been signed by MP Otley, MP Lewis, MP Ardwell Arian, MP Darrell York, MP Jurendi Duran, and myself, MP La Cruz. Copies of this motion to be sent to the Governor of Sint Maarten and the Government of Sint Maarten. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. And like is done, I think I heard sufficient signatures supporting in writing the motion. Although MP La Cruz, I'll share with you that on the topic being discussed, which gives the platform for a motion. MP La Cruz, easy. Just I didn't invite you to stand yet.
No, but you're talking to me. So
no, but I'm not finished. I want to make a statement that I will look closely at your motion as, from what I heard, it stretches being on the subject, and emotion needs to be submitted on the subject, on the handling. But again, like I did with the previous motion, I will adjourn just for 5 minutes, get the motion copy, but I'm sharing you my initial thought as I heard you, MP La Cruz, but we're going to adjourn, and the motion is going to be shared, and we will calmly look at the content of the motion and see if it is deemed to be indeed not on the subject of this meeting, what we can do in order to get your motion on the table of Parliament. So, but I wanted to put that out. So we're going to adjourn until 3:40. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as I reopen this public meeting of Parliament. And we have had several speakers on the topic since this meeting opened. And so far, we have 2 motions have been presented, all of them duly supported. And I will speak regarding the motion of MP Lacruz a little later on and put some proposals to the Parliament, to the members in terms of moving forward with that motion. But I'll give you some indications because as I stated, when the motion was read, in the meantime, I have had the opportunity to scan the motion, and it is stretching it somewhat to consider that it is on topic. A motion should be on the subject being deliberated. Even more explicit in Dutch, it would have to be over het in behandeling zijnde onderwerp is what the motion should be about. However, let me make it clear, I understand what the presenter of the second motion, MP Lacruz, is trying to establish. It ties in to the discussion we had yesterday for sure. And thus, as I, together with our griffier, continue to look at it and see how we can arrive at what the motion is saying, and if it cannot tie into this meeting, what can be done with the motion, and I'll further discuss, like I started, the matter with MP Lacruz. But in the meantime, we continue with this meeting. And I give the floor to MP Irian, who's the next speaker. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, SG. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the Minister, his support staff, those of you in the Tribune. Good afternoon to the Minister. You have a lot of viewers today, but all the viewing public on social media and the like. Minister, when the motion was read, MP Chris Wever said, it's a very difficult day today. And if I was you, I'm assuming you would ask yourself, a difficult day for who? Minister, I would ask the MP, or I could imagine you asking yourself, through Madam Chair, what do you mean by a difficult day? Is it a difficult day because they know that they're doing you unjust, Minister? Minister, is it a difficult day because they know they're not giving you a possible fair chance? Minister, during the last couple of weeks, I've made my position clear on how I felt and how things went. Last night, I also asked a couple of questions that I really, really wish I had the answers to today, because that would have made my decision a lot easier. But Minister, it's not a difficult day for you today, it's a difficult day for me, because I don't have the answers. The Prime Minister was here, we don't have a response. The Prime Minister could come in 2 weeks and 3 weeks, he has the power to do that. So it's a difficult day for you, yes, because they created a difficult day for you. Minister, this motion was read today, and I laugh because I've seen a lot of motions come through Parliament in the last couple of years. And a lot of MPs in here today would never support that motion if any of us had bring that motion. None. That's a motion of desperation. A motion of desperation. Minister, they don't care if you are right or if you're wrong. They don't. You just got to go. You gone, 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 gone. That's all they want. Gone, gone, gone. They gotta go. Otherwise, they will allow the meeting to happen and get answers. We have MPs in here that say, oh, you don't know that for sure. Let's go ask questions. Use all the abilities you have. Question over. What happened? It's okay now? Again, Minister, they want you gone, 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 gone. Minister, they don't care about evidence. They just want you out. They're okay. Your coalition members, and Minister, are watching you and are saying, all I could tell myself through you, Madam Chair, is I told you so. Not last month, not 2 months ago, not 6 months ago, but over a year ago. I said, Minister, be careful. I told you so. I tried to warn you based on the action and things that I'm seeing. Minister, to you, Madam Chair, I'd like to tell the Minister, I can't imagine the coalition supporting a motion like this because everything that was discussed over the last couple of weeks, they did not care about. Why? MP York was the one that brought up the concern about Mental Health Foundation over a year ago. The people said, I have to go and watch the videos. It's a fact. It's not my opinion. It's a fact. They said nothing. MP York brought those concerns up. We brought the concerns up about the medical center. We also brought the concerns about doctors, etc. We did that on this side. They had an opportunity over and over and over to address these things. So why all of a sudden the major concerns now today? Again, not my opinion. We could go back and check. Minister, when I listen and read the motion, I see, and before I get there, I want, and I think that today, Minister, is an important day for the people of Sint Maarten. I think it's also important for any future candidate that even thinking about running in any political party associated with your coalition. Any candidate that even had an inkling to say, I want to run on any of these political parties that's part of a coalition, I hope you see for yourself what you will be dealing with in the future, potentially. But I know, going forward, you can make a better decision. Why? Because these are parties that are saying, we don't need evidence. We don't need evidence. The motion says, right, we are trying to have stability going forward. We are trying to hold the Constitution. The Constitution does not say we take an oath to the USM party. The Constitution does not say that. When they say we are hands off, we are hands off. The party can deal with it. We didn't take an oath to a party. We took an oath to Sint Maarten. And they cannot say, and they have not said, what you have done that's against the Constitution. They have not given you the ability to defend yourself. You don't even get the ability to give your answers. They don't care. And that's what I want candidates to understand. That's what I want the people of Sint Maarten to understand going forward. They don't care. Minister, when you read a motion that says, right, we want to restore the balance in the Council of Ministers. Well, I spoke to members of the Council of Ministers personally, and I asked them, do you have an issue with Minister Wever? They all said no. They all said no. So how can you bring a motion today for me to restore balance when the balance is there already? If they really care, Minister, they would have brought the Council of Ministers in here today. Why they didn't come and say, hey guys, Minister, I can tell you this, right? If 7 ministers were there today telling me I cannot work with the Minister of Wever, he was gone today. You were gone today. Eyes closed, you were gone. I tell you, right? But guess what? Every minister that I spoke to told me I have no issue working with the Minister of Wever. So what I want to know is, did the coalition talk to their own ministers? And let me be correct. I talked to about four out of the 7 before they said I ain't talked to all. So that's a majority. Minister, they're saying that to restore balance. Madam Chair, the Prime Minister himself has not said that he can't work with you, Minister. The question was asked directly to him. The Prime Minister says, I don't see why the Minister would want to still be here. But that's not a question. The question was, can you still see yourself working with the Minister? So again, when I read a motion like this, I don't understand how this motion got support from the coalition. All the lawyers, and including the lawyers of the association and organizations. There's literally 4 or 5 lawyers part of this coalition. 2 in Parliament, 1 on board, 1 in Com. Minister, they just want you gone. Minister, the chair of Parliament, we should not become the repair shop for the coalition. We're not a repair shop for the coalition. This issue is a RU problem. It's not a we problem. And RU had to fix it, not we. Because the motion says we have to fix a USM problem. That's what it's saying. Minister, we had a motion here this week, right? We had a motion this week. A motion against the Minister of Romy. Through you, Madam Chair, I have a list of complaints from people, emails, phone calls, messages. We can visibly see issues on the island, visibly. Haulers complaining. Vendors ain't getting paid. We can see, we feel it, we're literally feeling the issues. Minister, part of the reason, I even started to think you were sabotage. You know why? The budget had to be here in May, but they see the budget coming in June. So the longer the budget stay out, the less you can work. Because Minister, you can't even execute because you ain't got a budget 2026. Minister, try, through Madam Chair, Minister, have you seen any article from your coalition members talking about a late budget? Have you seen any? Again, I say it all the time, I said it again on the floor of Parliament today. The chair of Parliament, when I was there, August couldn't come. The other article from the chair of Parliament, oh, the budget ain't here. Silence. Other members in Parliament in here said, talk about procurement policies. We can't support procurement policies. But the Minister of Romy come and do the same thing, doing vendors without the procurement policy. Silence. When we talk about going to legal affairs, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, that has been a battle of what we're talking for the last 2 years. But I'm surprised to hear MP talk about, Mr. Chairman, don't you think the advice should go on legal affairs? No, today? But for 2 years, he's silent about that? For 2 years? Mr. Chairman, through you, Madam Chair, look, in writing, when they have nothing else to say, they get personal. That sounds familiar to you? When they have nothing else to say, no, that's from MP Meyers. The fact, right? What else does it say?
MP Meyers, did you really intend to raise a persoonlijk feit? Could you state what that is, MP Meyers?
The MP is calling my name based on stuff that I've said in Parliament, where, like the MP, I enjoy immunity. So the stuff that I say in Parliament, I feel, I stand by what I say, but again, I think he's trying to agitate the situation. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that personal fact, persoonlijk feit. MP Meyers, MP Eran, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm not trying to agitate nothing. I am just reading the facts. This could be a person. I don't know what's a fact to me is that can be proven. This is not my image. This is MP Meyers' image. Madam Chair, again, and this is not only one. We're going to go through a list of other things that were said. All the things I said today are facts. You can go back and check. Again, disagreement among colleagues is natural. It doesn't mean that the government is falling apart. We can disagree without being disagreeable. That sounds familiar to this situation. It's the kind of governing maturity we want to get out to our society. That sound familiar to you, Minister? Okay. Minister, it also says, I would never be a proponent of taking away MPs' rights, but they want to sit on the seat of ministers who are trying. And Madam Chair, you know what's interesting? I hope that all the 83 persons that like this, the 15 comments and 23 shares that agree with this, agree with the things we said today. Because you can't agree on one end a year ago and today we're in the same position and everything changed. So it'll be very interesting. I'm not saying how nobody's going to vote. I don't know how anybody's going to vote today. But it'll be very interesting to see how persons today make their decision going forward. Because we have a lot of other legislation come up. We got a budget coming up. We have a lot of other things. We have a lot of other acts that have happened. And I want to see if members of Parliament will turn to an ostrich and put their head in the ground and say, hey, when it was the quiet party man, it was an issue, but for everybody else, it's okay. It means that I've made it clear to you, right? I don't like how everything went. I've asked my questions, and I have told you this directly, on record, I've said this. But again, I can't for sure determine my position because they would not allow you a fair chance to defend yourself. And with that being said, I have my own motion for what I believe. Sorry. So on behalf, as a faction of National Alliance, supported by the opposition, the others in opposition, we have a motion because we believe, right? Again, the meeting should have happened. We believe we have called meetings from the Prime Minister, by yourself, and we believe that we deserve answers. We believe that everybody, and it's not just my belief, because MP stood here today, last week, a couple of years ago saying, give ministers a fair chance. Just this week, they said that. So today, I want to read this motion of disapproval. Minister, it states, the Parliament of Sint Maarten in its meeting, May 29th, 2026, considering that while the people of Sint Maarten continue to face growing financial pressures, significant government resources and parliamentary time have been expended on the matters that could have been addressed more effectively through proper governance mechanisms and timely independent interventions. That the public discussions surrounding these matters have generated significant negative publicity for the government of Sint Maarten, both locally and internationally, potentially impacting public confidence in the government institutions. That the Minister of ParlAmericas, Richard Brugge, has appeared before Parliament, provided explanations regarding the matters raised, acknowledged areas where processes could have been handled differently, and indicated that neither he nor his Chief of Staff intentionally sought to commit wrongdoing. That the Minister has maintained that the legal advice was sought through the process and that efforts were made to act transparently and in accordance with the information available at the time. That the Parliament nevertheless believes that greater safeguards, transparency, and oversight should have been exercised given the nature of the relationship between the ministry and the external service providers. That the public confidence in government institutions require both accountability and continuous improvement of governance processes. That the Parliament believes the focus of government must urgently return to addressing the everyday concerns of the people of Sint Maarten, including the affordability costs, the utility costs, healthcare access, economic opportunities, and the social development. It resolves to express its dissatisfaction with the manner in which the entire process was handled and the resultant impact on public trust, government operations, and the reputation for Sint Maarten. To urge the Minister of ParlAmericas within 30 days to submit to Parliament through the confidential route a comprehensive report detailing the full events related to the matter, including all services rendered by Khazar Management, the procurement process, legal consultations obtained, payments made, deliverables, and any related corresponding deemed relevant. To urge the Minister to ensure that any future matter involving a potential conflict of interest concerning himself, his Chief of Staff, members of his cabinet, or senior officials within the ministry be referred to the Department of Judicial and Legal Affairs and any other competent authority for review and before any action be taken. Not, oh, we needed 2 weeks or 4 weeks, no. To urge the Minister to identify and implement any additional safeguards, internal controls, reporting mechanisms, or governance measures necessary to prevent similar situations from arising in the future. To urge the Minister to continue acting in the best interests of the people of Sint Maarten and to maintain constructive cooperation with all members of the Council of Ministers, including the Prime Minister, in the execution of his duties. To request that upon the conclusion of any ongoing legal proceedings involving his chief of staff, the minister review the outcome and determine the necessary and appropriate measures, if any, in accordance with the findings of the competent authorities, laws, regulations, and the principles of good governance. And this goes over to the order of the day, and the copies of the motion have been sent to be sent to the Parliament of Sint Maarten, the governor. Again, signed by myself, MP York, MP Duran, supported, the first part, MP Lyndon Lewis, is your signature right? MP La Cruz. And I really would like to explain to the people of Sint Maarten that this motion of disapproval is basically a warning, right? It's not a lack of confidence, right? But it's a warning that we want to get things done better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. MP Irian, you will share the motion, of course, but what I'll do, I'll continue with the speakers and any other motions, and then I will adjourn for perusal of the motions, make sure everybody has them, etc. So we will continue, and members, again, just for clarification, so a motion by a member needs the support of 2 more members. That support can come verbally or signed off to the motion. So it's not about who is for or against the motion at this stage in handling the motion. But in any case, we have another motion. I look to the speakers list, and MP Irian was the last one. So I will now adjourn the meeting briefly here, just for 5 minutes. So adjourn the meeting until 4:20. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this public meeting of the Parliament of Sint Maarten as I reopen following the first round of questions during which 3 motions were submitted, and as is customary done with motions, I give the minister, and the 3 motions concern the minister and or the ministry. So I give the opportunity to the minister, if he cares to speak to the motion, to respond to the motion. So Minister, I will start. We will do it in the sequence of the motions. And thus I start with the first motion, Minister. Minister? So we are talking now, Minister, about motion number 1 for this meeting. All right. Minister Brug, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. To the members of Parliament, to the listening viewers, to those sitting in the tribune, good afternoon. To be honest, when the first motion came, I turned around and I asked my colleague if she felt like a weight lifted on her shoulder, off her chest. Because that's what I felt. It's a strange feeling, but that's what I felt. And I felt that way because the reason given on that motion, for me, says a lot. The people of this country is watching each and every one of you. And I want you to be careful when you're voting on the motion what message you want to send to the future generation of this country.
Minister, I understand your feelings, but still you have to direct.
Through you, Madam Chair Lady.
I
don't want
to the members.
Thank you very much. They must understand what message you're sending to the future generation through you, Madam Chair Lady, by presenting such a motion. Because yes, there is a dispute between me and the Prime Minister based on how things should be done. I have supported documents. So I said things that were happening in the ministry, provided supporting documents, and made sure that it was accessible to each and every one of you, not only opposition, not only coalition, but opposition as well. Madam Chair, some of the reasons why usually government officials get vote of no confidence. Bribery, innocent, not me. Kickbacks, not me. Embezzlement, not me. Fraud, not me. Nepotism, not me. Cronyism, not me. Conflict of interest, making decisions for personal gain, not me, because the only personal gain I get is satisfaction from helping the people of this country. Extortion, not me. Bid rigging, not me. Abuse of office, not me. Influence of peddling, not me. Money laundering, not me. Election corruption, not me. Forgery and falsification, not me. Madam Chair, a lot of these things that I've mentioned are things that I have accused other council of ministers, not minister, the Prime Minister, I'm going to be specific, of doing. But yet I am the one that stand up for corruption, that stand up to highlight what's going on in politics. But I am the one here, the sacrificial lamb. As stated before, you could try how much you want to discredit me. I built my reputation, and no one is going to take it away. Before me, Madam Chair Lady, the mother of one of the members of Parliament sitting here today, and the grandmother of another member of Parliament sitting here today, is one of the foundations in the block, is one of the individuals in the foundation in my life. Madam Chair, Ms. Meyers, Nathaniel Richardson, Ms. Lake, from a very small age I was involved in the Boys Brigade, the Methodist Church. That's part of my foundation. And I know what they taught me. And that's what I carried with myself, with me. That's what I carry with me in all decisions and things that I do in my life. Other parts of the foundation of my life, Madam Chair, sits in the Tribune, Miss Arlene Spratt, that can tell you that from high school days, I've dreamed about being in office, and I've worked hard towards it. And when individuals say, boy, politics ain't for you, boy, you too clean, I tell them I'm going to prove them wrong. I would tell them I'll prove them wrong. But I didn't come in here, in this arena, to dirty my name, to disgrace my family, or to contribute to the image that Sint Maarten has out there, that we people, and especially all leaders, are corrupt. I'm participating in that. Evil shall always prevail when good men stand aside and do nothing. And if I have to stand alone, because there are so many other individuals in the Council of Ministers and in the coalition members, in the coalition, that knows that what I am going through, they too are going through. But I stand alone. But it's okay. It's okay, Madam Chair. I know I'm standing on the side of justice. I know I'm standing on the side of righteousness. Madam Chair, I only caution the members of Parliament. I know we are on uncharted waters, but as it was indicated, I took an oath. And I took that oath seriously, and I execute that oath. And that's to the people of Sint Maarten and the institution that we represent. Madam Chair, again, I say we're in uncharted waters. How is it possible? I mean, MP Ilian touched on it just now. I am one of the 3 elected from URSM, signatory to the governing program and the governing accord, but yet the board now decides they no longer want me. But meanwhile, to be honest, I'm executing what we campaign on. I didn't lie to the people. I didn't lie to the people, Madam Chair. Everything that I've done was done in the best interest of this country. I am one of the few that was ever called to Parliament compared to all my other colleagues. Madam Chair, are we gonna, how does one say it? Are we gonna set precedents today that candidates, parties with party boards are gonna recruit candidates? When they receive the candidates get the votes, and at the end of the day, if the candidate don't do what they say, so long, bye-bye. So long, bye-bye. Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm telling you, it doesn't feel good. It's not right. It's not right. Because future elections, it's already difficult to get candidates. It's going to be even more difficult. Because persons like myself that didn't take money off from companies or anybody else and did it from my personal savings that invested in this to be here to help the people of Sint Maarten, people like myself are going to be very hesitant. Because after I've made my investment, not the board. Because for me, in my opinion, if the board wanted to run, they should have been on the list. The people elected me, not the board. Not the board, Madam Chair. So are we, this House of Parliament, going to give the board that power, Madam Chair? uncharted waters. We're setting precedents. We're setting precedents. And if I did something wrong, who in here, who in this world, besides God, hasn't made a mistake, if it was a mistake that I've done? Who is the perfect individual in this world, Madam Chair? Yeah, Madam Chair, sorry. I apologize. But you must understand, Madam Chair, that for me, well, while one may say it's a difficult moment for them, they don't know what difficult moment is until they sit in my seat right here. Madam Chair, the value of toilet paper is more the value of that motion there. Because that motion says absolutely nothing. Nothing for me that have substance for me to be sent home. I said it in a meeting yesterday, I have no problem having a sit down, having to deal with this so that the people of Sint Maarten don't suffer. Because we do have a lot of things in the pipeline. I can't guarantee that those things are going to continue. I worked across party lines. I don't know if the next person coming is going to do the same. I guess all I could tell you is regardless, if I'm here, I'll continue to work. But if I'm sent home, I'm going to continue to serve the people of Sint Maarten to the best of my ability, regardless. When one door closes, Madam Chair, another one opens. Madam Chair, they brought the motion. The URSM brought the motion. And yes, while everybody stood aside and said, yeah, this is a URSM thing, they got to deal with it. But injustice was done. And I reached out on every step as far as I can. No one helped me. No one helped me. Yes, advice was given. Yes, okay. And you know what's the strangest thing? When I was working before this, anybody could have called me and I would have answered the phone. Several times members of parliament said that I'm one of the ministers that they could reach out to, talk to, do anything. We work together for the best interest of this country. Now with my situation, everybody ghosts me. Majority then, let me put it that way. Send in message, no response. Let's discuss, no response. MP Otley says $1 too late. What it was? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, $1 too short, a day too late. Madam Chair, at the end of the day, to be honest with you, regardless how the vote goes, I'm going to continue to work. And if I have to go through that door as a civilian again, I know the other ways that I've served this country and I'll continue to do so. I've never been fired in any job in my life. This is going to be the first one. And as a matter of fact, if it goes through, and as a matter of fact, every other job that I've left always welcome me back, open hands. That's a reputation that I've built for myself in this country and overseas as well. Madam Chair, I'm going to leave it here because anything else that I have to say, regardless, I'm going to leave here with my head up high. And I will make sure that I will continue to do what I got to do for the people of Sint Maarten. And, yeah, everything in God's hands. Everything in God's hands. For the other motions, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, for the other motion, with regard to the second motion was, yeah, with regard to the second motion, definitely, depending on the results, through you, Madam Chair, I will definitely have the organization executed. I have no problem executing that motion. With regard to the motion number 3, Madam Chair, you have to say the motion first, Madam Chair?
No, you go ahead.
With regard to motion number 3, Madam Chair, I am grateful also for the opinions of the opposite, for the opinions for the persons that sign on to that motion. I think that is a more fair motion because none of us are perfect in here, and you are giving me the opportunity to correct any wrongdoing that I may have done and also to continue serving the people. I think that motion is a motion that allows continuation, that allows me to continue executing the job that I've been doing, that you yourselves, and including coalition members, because again, the motion didn't say that they disapprove of my work, but including coalition members have approved of the way that I've been handling the ministry and attending to the most vulnerable groups, our seniors, and even our youths within the community. Madam Chair, again, all I can do is with regard to the first motion, the people of Sint Maarten is watching, the people internationally are watching, and let's see what the message is going to be. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of VSA, Minister Richnel Brug, for your sentiments, your reaction to the motions, the draft motions which are before us. MP Otley is requesting an interruption at this time. MP Otley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although it is an interruption, I had to let the minister finish his statements and his sentiment. Minister, you mentioned the phrase, a day late and a dollar short. And I want to say to you, Minister, it's not over yet. You speak as if it is. Votes still have to be cast. But Madam Chair, I'd like to reference something that the minister said as it pertained to the board. And I want to make it clear. And the minister alluded that this situation started with the URSM board. Omar E.C. Otley does not, will not, ever work for the URSM board or be dictated by the URSM board. I work for the people of Sint Maarten. This is a young local professional being faced with a motion of no confidence because the board has a disagreement. Madam Chair, I had to interrupt because there ain't no way that the people of Sint Maarten will think that I am entertaining the nonsense from the URSM board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Otley. Members of Parliament, we go over to the second round. And I start with the speakers according to the speakers list. And I give the floor to MP Wever. MP Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My mind is going because politics is a funny, funny thing. Minister, the same persons that are now trying to defend you were the same ones that was going to throw you under the bus if just a few days ago another minister would have gone home. So politics and grandstanding is definitely a funny situation. However, and I'm being told, thank you, MP Lewis, for reminding the public of the votes. One thing is, what is meant to be will always be for you. And I think that is also for the minister. Once you keep your heart pure, good things will always come, regardless of what happens to you. And one other thing, even with those votes, I know the people of Sint Maarten and me for sure can sleep good knowing that none of them were bought. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, MP Wever. The next speaker is MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair. I'm so happy and delighted that I'm the following speaker. One person can stand here on the 2 feet and say, when I saw the allegations against Minister Brug, I said Minister Brug have to go home. I have no problem sitting here, and he knows it. I shared my sentiments. But after all the other deliberations pertaining to the allegations against the Prime Minister, I see is more damning than anything that Minister Brooke did. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And I will also say this to the Honorable MP of 54 votes. This minister, Lyndon Lewis, when he went into office, went in with 170-something votes. And because of how I executed my work on behalf of the people of this country, I got 146 votes. 446 votes, let me correct it. 446 votes. And you know what I did in the press briefing? $0. I didn't have to spend a cent in order to garner a vote. You know why? Because I also said longevity in this business means you have to work for these people. And I mentioned it to other individuals. I do not know how they lasted so long in here without producing any type of work for these people that we so take an oath to serve. But I would say this, Madam Chair, it is unfair. After I, as a national detective, as a police officer for 19 years, review the facts, review the documentation, asked for the opportunity to postpone this meeting, and Madam Chair said right here, this meeting is going ahead. It is unfair. It is nasty, and I do not applaud what is going on. Because say one, say two, if he have to go, the Prime Minister have to go. I ain't come here for no party politics, and nobody here represents the no faction other than Lyndon Lewis. And Lyndon Lewis stands, I'm tired of the injustice in the justice part of our country. We have an OM that is following us. We bring all our dirty laundry out here, and all they're doing is looking to see what they could scrape up and deal with us in here. We should be ashamed of ourselves. Again, I said, the minister has been doing a great job. Nothing in the motion indicates that his job is not going the way it's supposed to be, that he's not working on behalf of this country, but because one seemed, I could have been in that same seat. Because I too, when I work, I shine, and the same Prime Minister had a problem with it. The same Prime Minister had a problem with decisions I make as a Minister of Justice. Going into my police station, going to my immigration department, going everywhere and meddling in people's business. We need to know where we're going. I could have put all those things aside. The same Prime Minister who wanted me to stand with him, to appoint somebody on a board to find out that it's his first cousin. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. I ain't coming to make no jokes with nobody. I come here to represent the people of this country and everybody I represented, not the individuals that voted for me, because I don't know who they are. One vote I know was sure was my vote. That's one vote I know I was, and none of you in here vote for me, because I had to vote for yourself. So I will say this, Madam Chair. The people of Sint Maarten is who I speak to. I ain't speaking to nobody in here. I'm speaking to those in the Tribune and the country. Understand the nastiness, how politics could be. Because we just don't like him. Because we just can't get our way with him, he got to go. The impression was given to me that he's the worst. And yes, I was ready to cut your head off. But I just have to review things first before I make that indecision. And I made my position very clear, without even a vote having to call right now, that I will not support a motion against you, because I understand the nastiness that is going on within the URSM. And I hope the people of Sint Maarten understand that next election, they won't be here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I see MP Otley requesting interruption. MP Otley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As my colleague MP Lewis was speaking, he mentioned airing the dirty laundry. And this is what seems to these couple of meetings has been about, just airing. But I'd like to refer and remind MP Lewis that the colleague before spoke about us wanting to send the minister home. But Mr. Peterson, I look at you and I look at Ludi. It was the board of URSM that contacted every member of the opposition saying, if you help us fire Brooke, we will fire Patrice. Know the games that are being played. Thank you very much. The same board of URSM.
Thank you, MP Otley. We continue with the speakers, members. We continue with the speakers according to the speakers list, and the next MP up to speak is MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, I have a I have a code. MP Labega and myself, MP Audley, we got a code. We don't do that. We ain't going into that little, little, hey, I snitching game and da. No, those things, you deal with them appropriately. You carry them to the appropriate authorities when you believe that somebody is here and they shouldn't be here because they buy votes. So to come and do that on the floor of Parliament is unbecoming. That is my opinion. And I could guarantee you there's no talking about me when it comes to that. So at some point I would like the MP to either retract his statement or speak on who he's talking about when he comes with that statement. Because I will not forget it. And everybody knows that when you call my name in anything, how radical I be. Madam Chair Lady, the sad part about all of this is that I feel somewhat guilty. I feel guilty, Madam Chair Lady, that I didn't blow this thing up last year when I heard about it. Because at that point, I thought to myself, country before politics. That is what I thought when I received the messages, the email, from a unanimous email with all of this in it. And I called everyone and I said, it is an embarrassment to the country. Please deal with it. If it's true, if it's not true, I don't care. Madam Chair Lady, I went as far as not even discussing this with my leader. And I know what my leader would have told me then. Madam Chair Lady, through you, I want to tell the Minister of Versa, I am sorry. Because if I had made it known then, we would not have been here today. I am sorry. I am sorry that I encouraged everyone to deal with it internally, because that's not the cloth I cut from. Madam Chair Lady, I said it in the first meeting. I was the first speaker, and I told the minister, Minister, tell me the truth. I owe you nothing. I owe the country proper representation. And that is what I am doing here. And in order to be able to tell you, go home or stay here, I need all the facts. I need to talk to everybody about everything, because this day will go down in history. Your children will ask you, Granny, why did you vote to send home the minister and you didn't hear what actually happened? That is crazy. Madam Chair Lady, concerning the working relationship, and I mentioned it, I wasn't a minister. But in the ministry, I worked and had nothing to do with other ministries. Absolutely nothing. The board says, this is what we campaign on, this is what we're going to execute, and our job in the ministry in the cabinet, and the minister, is to push that agenda because that is why we got there. That is it. Things are placed on agendas and we move forward. Madam Chair Lady, I have a friend that is dear to me. He's a Muslim. He got married when we were 20 years old. In the meantime, this is my third wife. He is still married to the same woman. And I'll explain why I said this, Madam Chair Lady. I held on to the woman and the love for the woman. He held on to Allah. And she was just a tool, and he was a tool to her to serve Allah. That is the problem we have here today. The problem is we have ministers that are not serving Allah, the people, Sint Maarten. We are serving ourselves. And then you have this kind of problem. Because if the heart was in the right place, we would have never been here today. And I'm talking straight across the board. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the minister. Minister, you are not here because you didn't do this or you didn't listen. That's not why you're here. You know why you're here today? You know why you're here today? Because you release information that is damning to your Prime Minister, to the coalition, and to the country. That is why you are here today, because you had the guts to open your mouth. I still got time, so I continue. That is why you are here today. I said it once, and I'll say it again. Under no circumstances I will be able to make a sound decision on if this minister needs to go home or stay in the position until I was able to see and hear everything. And that chance has not been given to me. And it is unfair. It is unfair that me as a member of parliament elected by the people cannot execute my job the way I think should be. Madam Chair Lady, I always say, he who lives in a glass house should not throw stones. He who lives in a glass house should not throw stones. Don't watch what you do. Watch how you reach there. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. The next speaker on the list to speak is MP Iran. MP Iran, you have the floor.
Ooh, Madam Chair. Good afternoon all, good evening all. Minister, it was said earlier on that today is going to be a difficult day, and I see it. Through you, Madam Chair, I see that MP Wever turning red, 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 red. He's shame. He's shame. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, MP Wever has proven my point exactly. He had absolutely nothing else to say in the second round but insult our members of parliament. All right? And I would advise the MP, when you're talking about vote buy-in, go check your leader.
Members.
Because I'm not the one that went from, in 3 months, 600 votes to Dublin. Let's check the numbers. I've always been consistent. And as MP La Cruz said, if you really have an issue, go and check, go and file. So again, when you want to talk about corruption, right, go check your leader. Because Last year, March, when we were sending home Vrummy, it wasn't us that wanted to send home Vrummy. So you're talking to the wrong ones. So go check your leader. Go check your leader. And, Madam Chair, you know it, the whole coalition knows it, because all you had the discussions in our political meetings about it. The minister knows, I spoke to him about it. Everybody knows. So now the whole island knows. So again, when you want to accuse people of not having persons back, check yourself first. Go check your leader. Madam Chair, through you again. Minister, this is exactly what my motion states, Minister. This is exactly what my motion states. It's embarrassing that we have to be going through GB, inflation, gas, fuel, everything like that. We have to be dealing with rhetoric like this. Embarrassing rhetoric from MP like this. A man that, because of your hard work today, could sit over here and fire you. Because of your hard work today, could fire you. And jealous of other members who got in and accusing them of buying votes. Even if you could have, and even if you did, you probably ain't give you more than 54 votes anyway. Madam Chair, again, today.
MP Arian, I see MP Wever, you wanted to raise a personal fact, a persoonlijke feit. MP Wever, you may indicate what that is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's stated on the floor of Parliament that I accused members of Parliament. I did not accuse any member of Parliament. I was speaking about my person. Thank you, Madam Chair.
My votes?
Noted, MP.
Madam Chair, the motion today that stands.
Just one moment, MP Arian. Noted, MP Wever. MP Arian, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the motion that was brought today wasn't a motion that was saving the minister. In no way, right? All of us inside, at least on this side, we wanted accountability. We said, Minister, there needs to be accountability. And the minister said it and defended the motion himself.
MP Arian, with your indulgence, I'll allow MP York to make an interruption.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to yourself. Madam Chair, I wasn't going to say anything, right? But after what the MP Christopher Wever just said just now, Madam Chair, it's one thing to spew things out of the side of your mouth. It's the next thing to say something, mean something else, and think something, and say something else, basically. I'm tripping up right now because I'm trying to stay composed. By the end of the day, if you say something, you have to stand behind it. The MP said everybody that's backing the minister and trying to save the minister bad votes, Madam Chair, and then turns around and tries to take back his word. That, Madam Chair, especially from a sitting member of Parliament, is unbecoming. I'll just leave it right there, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. I now give the floor back to MP Arian. MP Arian? But before you continue, MP Arian, I give the floor for an interruption to MP Wever. MP Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think listening comprehension is maybe lacking today, but that is exactly not what I said. I said, I can sleep good knowing that I did not. I never accused any MP in this House of doing such. I spoke about my person.
Thank you, MP Wever. I see MP Duran going to the interruption lectern, so I allow MP Duran to make his interruption.
Madam Chair, you know, just like with the beginning of this meeting, beginning of the meeting with the Prime Minister, I said one thing and I've always remained consistent. This is embarrassing for country Sint Maarten, what is happening here today. Up to now, I haven't heard any mention about any faults in the operational matters of the work of the minister. Shame on you for bringing that motion, MP Wever.
Thank you, MP Duran. MP Arian, you may continue.
Thank God I did my squats this week. Leg strong. Madam Chair, you know what's interesting? For the last 4 weeks, 6 weeks on this topic, I would have thought, and I really want the people of St. Maarten to understand this, I would have thought that the motion presented today by the coalition would have had some type of substance related to the allegations brought against the minister. Like, Madam Chair, it says absolutely nothing regarding the allegations brought on the minister. So, the coalition is just using a cop-out and saying, oh, I thought you were some problem, I deal with it. So, all of a sudden, it's not about the oath anymore. It's not about holding government accountable. It's not about being a member of parliament. So, next week, I can get my spots.
MP Aaron, you finish your next week's statement, and then we.
I want to respond anyway.
Okay, MP Jansen-Webster is seeking an interruption. MP Jansen-Webster, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I try to sit there and not react. However, I wanted to explain that this week we went to lunch and met a tourist who works in the U.S. as an assistant to a politician, and she asked us a question that I had never thought about that much. What do you like most about being a parliamentarian, the service or the politics? And I said definitely the service, because I hate the politics. Madam Chair, I'm sitting here today as one of the 3 ministers who, after 17 days, these same people here talking now, stood and gave a motion on 3 ministers. The motion, when it was read, there was absolutely no explanation. There was no call. There was no dialogue. There was nothing. And that motion led to throwing down a government that we put the country through extra costs to go through another election. So, Madam Chair, even though we sit here, we have to remember what we did, what you all did. Madam Chair, through you, what members sitting in here, what they did. 17 days into a government with no explanation. And here we stand now and talk about no explanation is being given and the motion, etc. Let us do not forget. They're saying selective amnesia. That's what people call this.
Thank you, MP Jansen-Webster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate MP Veronica Jansen for the historical session. Madam Chair, so in the words of MP Veronica Jansen, that Minister, she is...
MP Irian, give me a moment, please, because during your address, the last interruption that I'll allow for now is MP Duran, who's standing at the lectern. Then we'll allow at least the MP to finish his complete statement. MP Duran.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think maybe it's good just to help the former speaker, MP that interrupt, MP Jansen, take her down memory lane. MP, you lost the confidence of a coalition member at the time. There was no motion that passed that caused the election. Just for a little context, according to Edgar Lynch, know your political history.
Thank you, MP Duran. Now, MP Irian, you may continue.
Just me looking back for a second. Anybody else? No. Madam Chair, I appreciate that. I appreciate that point from MP Duran because it shows that, again, they have absolutely nothing to say. Madam Chair, the MP is so lost that she's Madam Chair, inventing scenarios that didn't even happen, right? To defend the reason why they want to execute today.
MP Webster Jansen, I did indicate that during MP Irian's presentation, I will not allow any further interruptions so that the MP can finish his statement. So you have more opportunity for interruptions, but I said I'll let MP Irian finish his statement. You would have to, Yes, for one, and then MP, then you'll indicate to me what you consider the persoonlijk feit. So MP Jansen?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair Lady, because just now both MPs misinterpreted what I said. I said it led to the fall of a government, and they said it caused. Leading to and cause are two distinctly different adjectives. So, and you can take it out of context. So when you say know your political history, yes, listen good then and comprehend what I said. I said led to. And it was 17 days when those MPs stood here and sent home, tried to send home 3 ministers. However, they even brought the motion, and it never went through because it wasn't brought in the right manner. So it was brought incorrectly. And that's why it didn't go through. And right after that, yes, the coalition member went over and joined with them. That's exactly how it happened. But I did not say it caused. I said it led to.
Madam Chair, oh, sorry.
Noted MP Jansen. I didn't get a part of the persoonlijk feit, but members of Parliament, just for the general knowledge, members can ask for the word when it pertains to a so-called clarification, but we do that at the end for a personal fact as well as a proposal of order. And the member who indicates they have a personal fact, a persoonlijk feit, have to state that to the chair, what the persoonlijk feit is. Hence my reaction to MP Jansen. But now we continue, and MP Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be lying if I said I understood anything MP Jansen just said. I have no idea what she just said or was referring to. But I'll say this. The MP basically is saying, to the Madam Chair, to the Minister, it was wrong then, it's good now, right? I mean, we could go down the line. Her party leader fired her own member, thinking about it. This is a trend. This is a trend. Her leader, your leader, well, was leader, I don't even know what to say no more. Your leader was leader, fired, brought a motion for his own member. VSA Minister, this is a super trend. Thank you for the correction. VSA then Emily, today VSA MP Brug. I will be scared to be in any government and be a minister of VSA once Prime Minister Luc Mercenina, the Honorable, is part of that coalition. Because, you know why? The Prime Minister wants to be VSA and somewhere else. That's the main issue. He wants to be Prime Minister and also be education. I want to be Prime Minister and also be VROMI. I want to be Prime Minister and also be VSA. Why? Because in my own ministry, I'm not doing anything. And you could go and ask the civil servants there. That's why. I don't have any shiny projects. I'm not doing anything. So, like you said, 2 ministers leave, I'm going to sign off quick. Education did something. The Minister of Education, ECYS, had to come out with an article to say, hey, what the Prime Minister said is not true. This is how it happened. These are facts. It's not my opinion. You could go on Google, you could check it. You could check it. But again, Minister, as my motion said, we are wasting valuable time dealing with internal matters that the coalition should have been able to resolve. Valuable time. We dealt with almost 6 meetings on this. We have budget, we got tax, we got so much other things to be discussing, and right now we have to be dealing with URSM beef that the coalition is supporting. And next month, it may be another minister, and they'll be back here again because 2 other ministers got beef again, and another party is saying it's our internal affairs, and we're going, like, where does it end? Where does it end? The MP just said, yes, we brought a motion, but you're doing the same thing. So again, so does this mean if a motion comes now that it's elections, so elections are called by the government? So the motion talks about political stability, but by the MP's own words, is this going to bring political instability? Is it? Minister, I believe, right, that a motion that was presented today by myself on behalf of the National Alliance addresses all of the concerns and allegations that were brought against you or in the discussions that we had. I believe this is a valid motion. It brings accountability. It brings opportunities for yourself to come back to address Parliament, and it allows the ship to steer properly again. I believe this is a motion that brings comfort to the people of Sint Maarten, knowing that the right thing is being done. Minister, there's not one message inside of here that says, I understand the motion of the coalition. What is it saying? What is it saying? There's nothing, again, absolutely nothing in that motion, and that's why they haven't defended it. There's nobody defending their motion. I've never seen this ever. For the last few weeks, Minister.
MP Iran, you have 1 more minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, for the last few weeks, nobody was speaking. Nobody was saying anything. They had no concerns. So again, I assume that with this motion, you'll have a lot more support, and I hope that when this motion passes, Minister, you do as it says, and you try to steer the ship right and make Sint Maarten proud. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Iran. Members of Parliament, we have come to the end of the second round with members of Parliament giving their contribution to the discussion in the second round. I will now adjourn this meeting until 5:45. 5:45. This meeting will continue. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the deliberations on this last agenda point for this public meeting of Parliament. During this agenda point, 3 motions were submitted. So we'll start with the handling of the motions. There was motion number 1, submitted by MP Wever, and with the necessary support for a motion to be handled. And I will now read that motion. The Parliament of Sint Maarten, in its meeting of today, May 29, 2026, considering that the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labour, VSA, Mr. R. Brugge, was nominated for appointment by the leadership of the Unified Resilient Sint Maarten Movement, the URSM, that the parliamentary system of Sint Maarten is founded upon the rule of confidence, the so-called vertrouwensregel, which dictates that a minister must maintain the continuous support of Parliament, a principle inextricably linked to the political support of the nominating party. That the explanatory memorandum, the Memorie van Toelichting of the Constitution, emphasizes that the rule of confidence is essential to ensure the homogeneity of the Council of Ministers and the effectiveness of governance. That it has been indicated that the minister no longer enjoys the confidence of the URSM, that the relationship between the minister and the URSM has reached a point where continued collaboration within the governing coalition is no longer tenable, that such a breakdown in the chain of political legitimacy directly impacts the functioning of the Council of Ministers and the overall stability of the government, that the URSM has requested the minister to make his position available. Yet this request has not resulted in the minister's resignation, establishes that it is the fundamental safeguarding function of Parliament to protect the continuity and stability of the country's administration against political impasses, that the absence of political confidence between the minister and the nominating party creates a constitutional anomaly that is incompatible with effective and cohesive governance, that this motion serves as a necessary constitutional instrument to restore executive balance and is strictly of a political and functional nature rather than a judgment on the personal or professional conduct of the minister, that the Parliament is duty-bound to intervene to prevent a paralysis of public administration and to act in the best interest of the stability of Sint Maarten. Resolves that the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labour, Mr. R. Brugge, no longer enjoys the confidence of the Parliament of Sint Maarten, that in accordance with Article 33, Paragraph 2 of the Constitution of Sint Maarten, the Minister is requested to make his position immediately available to the Governor, thereby tendering his resignation, that this motion is based on the necessity of safeguarding political alignment, coalition stability, and the integrity of the parliamentary process, and goes over to the order of the day. Today, Sint Maarten, May 29, 2026, submitted by the members of Parliament and supported by and signed here are MP Wever, MP Jansen-Webster, and the support earlier was given to establish that the submitter of the motion had 2 members supporting the motion. Copies of this motion to be sent to the Parliament of Sint Maarten, the Government of Sint Maarten, and the Governor of Sint Maarten. Before going over to the actual vote on the motion, is there anyone who wishes to motivate their vote? before, yes, before we go over to that, of course, I need to establish whether the need is there for hoofdelijke stemming, roll call. We're going to have hoofdelijke stemming. That has been established. So now I ask if anyone wishes to make use of the possibility to motivate their vote. We have MP Shamira Roseberg. MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Honorable Minister of PSA, Honorable Members of Parliament, members in the people in the tribune, my honorable colleagues present here today, and to the people of Sint Maarten that are following this meeting online or to other media streams. Please bear with me, Madam Chair, as I would like to give my input on this matter today. I sat still for the past 4 hours, something that's not really common for me to do. So I would like to get the opportunity to share my motivation on this matter. This is not a light matter for me today. It's a very difficult position I am in. But as it does say, heavy is the head that wears the crown, right? Let me start by saying this. I truly would like to apologize to the people of Sint Maarten that we are here today in this manner. I'm actually ashamed, as I do not like embarrassment in any shape or form. And I do believe that the hours could have been used more effectively. That being said, today I'm not siding with anyone, not with the Minister of PSA, not with the Prime Minister, not with the URSM. I'm here for the people of Sint Maarten, as I was elected to be an interrupted voice without interference for the people of Sint Maarten. Today is about what is right, not about what is comfortable or what maybe is politically expected or logic to do. When you look at the motion of no confidence, you can look at it at several ways. It should be used in extreme cases, right? It's, for example, meant in instances where a minister fails the country, or, for example, mismanages of funds, causing representatives of the people in this hall to lose faith in them. But is it also intended as a political weapon, a measure to settle internal party disputes or personal disagreements? Or are there other ways to go about that? It was said already, we're rating pertinent answers, questions to be answered by the Minister of PSA and also to the Prime Minister. But yet today we are here seemingly at the final stage. And then one must ask themselves, are you fully informed to take a decision? In positions like these, when the political pressure might be high and everyone expects you to fall in line, you should be reminded on how critically important it is to know who you exactly are, to know what you stand for, and to have the courage to stand completely by yourself if needed. Because at the end of the day, for me personally, politics will come and go, but you cannot escape your own reflection. As a member of parliament, your highest constitutional and moral duty is to vote your conscience. And I, Shamira Donat-Mahatma Roseberg, need to be able to look at myself in the mirror when I go home at night, every night. Therefore, I ask myself, has every avenue been exhausted to settle this dispute? Did the Council of Ministers use all tools to settle internal disputes via the rules of order? Did the governor play the role he had to play? Was the course of mediation explored on all levels? If not, should that be done? It is important for us to be mindful and not to set a precedent that Parliament will oversee disputes between ministers above our task of controlling ministers in performing their roles. Did we get any input from the Council as a whole, or ministers expressing their concerns of lack or ability to work with currently the PSA minister, so that this indirectly then will directly impact the functioning of the Council of Ministers and the overall stability of government? Based on the information so far received, can we conclude that the Council of Ministers is being impacted as such, that the vertrouwensbeginsel rule of confidence is geschonden and that it affects the effectiveness of governance. And don't get me wrong here today, because I sat still and a lot was going through my mind. Because I agree, this needs to end. Because let's be real, we have seen it today as well. We might not like every single person in this room, but we didn't run for office to make friends or to like each other, but to work for the people of Sint Maarten. I myself had several situations with several members of parliament, but yet we are here today. So isn't it the wiser idea to sit down, to look each other in the eye, to come to a mature understanding, if needed, find a mediator, and focus to work in the benefit of the people. And if that doesn't work, then we go to the last resort. As you can see, and I took the time to reflect, you can see I'm feeling conflicted about this all. And yes, also because one thing about me, I dare to look everybody in their face and say where I stand. I made minor adjustment to set motion when it was presented and when it was in the making. But after all, when going within, I asked myself, is this the only way to go? So what did I do? And I'm coming to my end, Madam Chair. I went back to my core. My core being unified resilience Sint Maarten. I want to remind the people, what does unified mean? Unified means to be brought together, combined, or formed into a single cohesive entity rather than operating as separate parts. It describes something that has been made whole, uniform, or coordinated. And then the part resilience is the process and ability to adapt well to adversity, to trauma, and significant stress, rather than merely toughening it out. It is the capacity to harness inner strength, learn from difficulties, and mentally or emotionally bounce back to a healthy state of functioning. That is what I signed up for. Unified resilience Sint Maarten. So if we believe in that, we should go back to those core values and show the people of Sint Maarten what unified resilience really means to the people. And after all, it might sound crazy, I still have hope. As they say, I don't know the saying in English, but in Dutch they say, hoop doet leven, right? That even in difficult periods, we bounce back. And that the movement we said we would be, we will be. And it's never too late, as long as there's willingness. So at this moment, it's time to act upon it, or not. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you, MP Roosburg. We have MP Otley to motivate his vote. MP Otley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I start by saying 2071. Then I say 2,224. A difference of 153. And then I look to the list of URSM and see Brook with 230 votes. Remove Mr. Brook from the equation, the whole dynamics is swayed. And not only is the whole dynamics is swayed, the irony is the one that brought the motion against you wouldn't be sitting here. Since 2014, Minister Brook has tried to no avail. Finally, Madam Chair, he has been here. He has stayed out of the way, out of the fray, out of the nonsense until now. Madam Chair, I have not heard any substantiation based on the minister's performance, and I am very critical. I don't agree with everything that the minister has done, but what I have seen, Madam Chair, is continuation from things that even I have had there. And when I saw a tribune of supporters, ambulance, elderly, it made me know that you were on the right path. Madam Chair, today, I will not support this motion. I will support a motion of disapproval because I said it. And I believe, Madam Chair, that that is what is deserved in this situation, not getting rid of the minister. Madam Chair, before I close, I revert to, as a previous MP, and I'd like to remind them, Article 59 was called, that caused the election, Madam Chair. And I use Article 59 to bring me to this. MP Sarah Westcott has prepared a draft legislation operationalized Article 33 of the Constitution, creating a clear sequence of Parliament, whereby a minister should get a disapproval before a motion of no confidence. When the MP, the chair lady, brought this, I could remember all of us sitting in here and clapping because it was time. I quote, Madam Chair, members of the coalition for Minister Patrice. Today, I vote for. But if it remains the same, my vote will change. That was a warning. Matter of fact, it was today I vote against. My vote will change. That was a warning. Other MPs believe a disapproval should come first. That was a warning. So today, I would support the disapproval when that time comes. But to send you home, through you, Madam Chair, I see no substantiation within the ministry. I see no legal, illegal activity. Ethical maybe, illegal not. So therefore, that is my motivation, Madam Chair. I will not be a part of the agenda of the URSM board and Prime Minister Luke Mercelina. I represent the people. We, Madam Chair, myself and my colleague on the United People's Party.
Thank you, MP Otley. The next MP to speak is MP Lewis.
Madam Chair, there's a statement or a saying, tit for tat, butter for fat. You kill my dog, I will kill your cat. Minister Brooks sits here, and like he says, he's used as a sacrificial lamb because of the tit for tat. Something that could have been resolved, something that is not disturbing his process of how he functions as a minister on behalf of the people. You check my tone, Madam Chair, I try to pipe it down a bit. Madam Chair, I realized that I was born with a voice. And I also became one of the people's choices to represent them in this honorable house. Fairness, inclusion is what I believe in. Transparency. Many of us leave this country to represent the country on other levels, but we choose not to represent this country on a social, economic level. We choose coalition above country instead of country above all. Madam Chair, MP Otley took the words out of my statement that I have here, that you yourself was of the opinion that before we even go over to motions of no confidence, that we first disapprove, give a motion of disapproval to the minister, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, again, when I speak that the people will realize and understand. And when I say I have a voice, I will continuously say the same thing until election day. Because if you all think that a vote will pass today against this minister, and I won't remind the people what you all did today, if it goes that way, I will remind the people of this country. it is important that we understand that we have to stand for something, even if it means standing alone. And I stand alone in here today because I represent the No faction, so I'm the only one in my faction. There's no way I can vote for such a motion when none of you in here have proven anything about his work ethics, anything about the daily operation. And I can remember, even one of his employees I heard said this statement: a vote of no confidence against Minister Brugge is a vote of no confidence against myself. Meaning the people that works under him have confidence in him, whether y'all like it or not. This type of game has to stop. Again, politics is supposed to be for the people, not against them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. Are there any other persons requiring to motivate their vote? I see MP Peterson. MP Peterson, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, almost evening, Madam Chair, to yourself, to the Honorable Minister, to everybody else tuned in, honorable colleagues. Madam Chair, I sat here quiet today, actually these last couple of months, and I listened. And I can't even find the words, but I'll try, because it is a shame that this internal party issue has been turned into a political issue, and that we are now forced to vote on the matter. This experience, however, has highlighted a larger issue within government, a matter of processes and procedures and boundaries and ethics, all of which will need its own investigation and handling in both the government and here on this floor. That being said, Madam Chair, I do not see how it would be possible for the current Minister of VSR to continue when the trust between him and his party colleagues seems to be non-existent at this point. I guess in hindsight, the party principles did not align. But meanwhile, Madam Chair, the spectacle that this situation has made, a mockery of this honorable House for all the meetings related to this situation, for me, it has gone too far. It's the responsibility of government to be transparent, open, and cohesive as possible. It's no secret that disagreements may arise, but handling them should always focus on the internal and never from a point of malice. The Council of Ministers works for a very specialized and dedicated form of confidentiality. And within the last couple of months, I have seen that confidentiality go out the window. By not only this minister, by the way, through you, Madam Chair. It's also the responsibility of all ministers, Madam Chair, to exemplify the tenets of leadership, integrity, ethics, and good governance. No one minister is more important than the next. And in this system we have, which I hold the deepest respect for, accountability comes knocking at the door for everybody at some point. With this decision and this hurdle behind the party within which it started, Madam Chair, I sincerely hope that now the focus can be shifted to fixing the very real issues that we're facing in this country, with an approach based on good governance, ethics, and integrity across the board, because now I'm watching even more closely. I heard several MPs today give their opinion, Madam Chair, their grievances, but most importantly, their experience, in particular MP Otley. But I said it this week, and I'll repeat it again. Accountability is not a one-way street. What's good for the goose will ultimately be good for the gander. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Peterson. Any other motivations, members of Parliament? We have MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good afternoon to all and good evening to all. Madam Chair, as I look at this motion, the motion that you carefully read a while ago, 5 of the 9 considerations refers to the URSM. Madam Chair, I'm not a member of the URSM. As a matter of fact, one of the considerations reads that it has been indicated that the minister no longer enjoys the confidence of the URSM. And Madam Chair, this whole week, have been going back and forth on who represents the URSM to Sint Maarten. Is it the 3 members in Parliament, or is it the board of the URSM? And Madam Chair, as I read this consideration, that the minister no longer enjoys the confidence of the URSM, and then I look at the signatories of this motion, I see 2 of the 3 members, Madam Chair. So clearly, something don't add up, isn't adding up. The math ain't mathing. As I go further, Madam Chair, in the considerations, references that such a breakdown in the chain of political legitimacy directly impacts the function of the Council of Ministers and the overall stability of the government. Madam Chair, as MP Arian referenced earlier, I have heard and seen and read absolutely no memos, no letters, no emails, no nothing from the councils of ministers and their opinions officially on this matter. All I'm seeing is a motion written by the URSM, I don't know who of the URSM, stating such. I go further in the resolves that the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labour, Mr. Richnel Brugge, no longer enjoys the confidence of the Parliament of Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, the last time I checked, I am a member of this Parliament. And seemingly, I guess the board of the URSM speaks often on behalf of more than themselves, but they don't speak on behalf of me, Madam Chair. Moving on, that this motion is based on the necessity of safeguarding political alignment, coalition stability, and the integrity of the parliamentary process. Madam Chair, political alignment, this motion shows that the party alone isn't aligned. So how can it speak about political alignment? Integrity of the parliamentary process. Madam Chair, we still have questions left unanswered. A meeting yesterday was adjourned specifically so those questions don't be answered. Indirectly, the minister is being silenced. Get rid of him before he says whatever he got to say again. So how is it that we are referencing the integrity of a parliamentary process when there's an integrity chamber research, there's a official complaint made, investigation potentially, and we're here making asking to vote on a motion of this significance, a motion of no confidence, playing with somebody's livelihood. Just because, and Madam Chair, I'll say it like this, Madam Chair, I was not elected to safeguard individuals' relationships. I can give 2 hoots whether a minister and another minister can get along. All I care about is what any minister can mean for the people of Sint Maarten. And all this is showing me, this motion is showing me, Madam Chair, is not that the people of Sint Maarten or the work of paralysis, anything that, big words that they're using in here, all this motion is showing me is that the URSM has lost their way. It has been evident this week, because often we say, yeah, MPs are outside, it's being said, yeah, MPs should always be aware who they're representing. That one MP embarrassing is not an embarrassment for that particular MP, it's embarrassing for the entire House. And Madam Chair, this week we had 2 ministers go back and forth, and I would hate to be a member of the COM right now. I would be ashamed that the Council of Ministers was represented this week in front of the people of Sint Maarten, in front of the world, actually. Because, Madam Chair, Parliament this week was reminiscent of Jerry Springer. And that is not what we are here to do. And that is not what this House is here to do. We are not referees, Madam Chair. And this motion is asking us to play the referee for our internal URSM matter. Madam Chair, it's very much important to understand that precedence goes a long way. And for us to, on one hand, let a minister off the hook for not performing and send, not a motion of no confidence, but to send a minister home for performing sends a bad message to the public and for future deliberations moving forward. Because seemingly it is no longer about performance. It is about, can we get along? And I remember a question was posed to the minister, Madam Chair. how can you proceed? How do you see yourself working with the Prime Minister moving forward? And to that, the Minister said, the same way I've been doing the last 2 years. Because, Madam Chair, just this week I saw an article speaking about the cost of living research. The ministry does not seem to be in paralysis to me. And here, in this motion, is speaking about avoiding paralysis and preventing paralysis. I see no paralysis. And no one this week was able to point that out. And no one in this motion points that out. So what are we voting for? Are we voting, or are the people that will be voting today voting because they really feel the minister should go home? Or because, yeah, an order was given? Madam Chair, it is important to note that a second motion was brought today, which falls directly in line with everything that has been said over the last couple of months. I've seen yourself, I've seen other MPs speak on the process that should be taken, on the road that should be taken towards a motion of no confidence. Madam Chair, when I saw the Prime Minister here standing before his motion, the tribune was empty. When I saw the Minister of Romy standing here before his motion, the tribune was empty. Madam Chair, the motion was brought today, but this is not the first time people thought the motion was going to be brought. This is the second time people thought the motion was going to be brought. And both times, the tribune, people sat in the tribune. This time, it's a bit more empty than the last, and last time was full. You couldn't get a seat. And when I looked who was in the tribune last time, I saw departments, Madam Chair, that didn't want to hear the word government before this minister. And they came out in support of this minister. Now, Madam Chair, I'm not saying that the minister is perfect. He's not. And I'm very much documented and letting him know what I think about those things. But this motion, Madam Chair, I don't see how this motion achieves the goals that seemingly they're trying to reach. Because if we're speaking about respecting parliamentary process, then we shouldn't even be here today. The meeting yesterday should have continued. If we're speaking about integrity of the parliamentary process, we should wait on the integrity chamber to finish their research or to see if they're going to do a research. If we're speaking about parliamentary process and integrity, then we should wait to see what the potential investigation will reveal on this matter. And if we're speaking about respecting parliamentary process, Madam Chair, then the same process we're taking now with the Minister of VSR, the Minister of General Affairs, the Prime Minister, would have to go through the same rigor. And right now, we are being asked to send one home before we even finish the process with the next one. But in this, people have the audacity to put respecting the integrity of the parliamentary process. Those are the last words of the motion, Madam Chair. And everything that is happening today, every single thing, Madam Chair, is doing the opposite of what this motion says it's got to do. Everything. Everything saying, going from no longer the confidence of the URSM. Who is the URSM? At this point, no one knows anymore, Madam Chair. What does the URSM stand for? You just heard of MP say unified resilience is no more. It is no more. It's not my words, Madam Chair. It came from a member of the URSM. Effectively lost their way. But yet, we are supposed to vote on this motion. Well, I'll tell you from now, Madam Chair, I will not be supporting this motion. All because, as well, nothing in this motion has to do with what the minister was here for the whole week. Weeks. Because at the end of the day, did we come to a conclusion that anything brought against him was true? Or did we go through the entire process? Did we see the entire process through? I can remember, Madam Chair, when the motion was brought against the Prime Minister, that a particular MP stood up and twisted my words and said, hey, there's still an ongoing process, and yet we're being asked to vote for a motion while there's an ongoing process. And here we are right now, and that same MP That same MP, here almost, maybe even longer than my own. That same MP seconded this motion, Madam Chair. Again, rule for one, rule for all. What's good for the goose, got to be good for the gander. So, again, I won't be voting for this motion, Madam Chair. And I would like to end with this. Oftentimes we stand here on the floor of Parliament and we speak off the dome. Sometimes we get emotional, we say what we think or we mean. But the one thing, Madam Chair, everything I've said here on the floor of Parliament, I've stood behind and I can stand behind. And the one time I said something, I was man enough to come back and take it back here on the mic. And the one thing I'd like to end with is certain members of this House should not throw stones if they live in a glass house, Madam Chair. And if you say something, stand behind it. And if you can't stand behind it, maybe you shouldn't be here. So with that, Madam Chair, that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. Any other member for motivation? We have MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Confusion. Confusion, Madam Chair. Over the last couple of months, the country has faced so much shame and embarrassment with what is taking place here. And I remember the first time, I believe it was in January, when the board of the URSM brought out the article. As members of Parliament, we cautioned them and say, hey, listen, keep this thing internal. I remember MP Irion asking for adjournment in the meeting. I remember a letter was sent to Parliament explaining. Again, we said, guys, keep our thing indoors. Because, Madam Chair, the quickest thing would be, you remember, as being a young child and a fight breaking out, everybody would be egging it on. Fight, fight, fight. This is a fight I didn't want to see reach to here on the public platform because it made all of us look bad. But one thing I could say for sure, my conscience is clear because I spoke here on this floor on numerous occasions indicating, guys, I think we need to cut this thing out. Yesterday we had so much documents. And the day before, it was like a documentary. Trust me, for years to come, they're going to be able to write stories with the documents that come in here in Parliament. Today was motion, motion, motion. Motion can't done. All because two people had a beef in the same party. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, I know you're concerned about who read the motion, but you should be more concerned about the author of the motion, because it's not always the person that read it, it's the author. Not everybody that smiled with you is your friend. I think you figured that one out. Madam Chair, we had COVID. We had to deal with COVID. This is a self-created coalition URSM national crisis. Look where we is here on a Friday. 6, 7, 8 hours deliberating the same thing that we spent maybe 20-something hours deliberating over the last couple of days. That ain't normal. I could feel the shame of some of my coalition colleagues here. I could feel the shame glowing from them because it's embarrassing. Madam Chair, my colleague, MP York, you know they say great minds think alike. I'm going to say great Yorks think alike. Because almost everything that I had noted here in the motion is what my colleague mentioned. But one thing I can say, though, when you look at the consideration, URSM, which dictates that the minister must maintain a continuous support of Parliament, a principle nominated by the party, that it's been indicated that the minister no longer enjoy the confidence of the URSM, that the relationship between the minister and the URSM. URSM written here like 15 times on the first page. What I got to do with us? What I got to do with a person that got to pay the GB bill? What I got to do with a person that can't get no relief? What I got to do with a person that applied for a building permit? What I got to do with a person that applied for a business license? What I got to do with a person that applied for understand? Come on, Madam Chair. This is jokey. And to be honest, and call a spade, I believe the senior political leaders in this coalition could have done a much better job in resolving this issue. Yourself included, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in a way, I'm glad this happened. For one reason only, because we find out they have so much doctors that here ain't qualified, so-called. And then you find out there's only one. Since yesterday, my phone been blowing up because we don't know what we have. I hope that the Prime Minister misspoke. But guess what? Minister Brook won't be here to tell us the truth no more. We got to wonder now to trust I guess everything now gone back to confidential mode. We'll never see a document again. We're done. Guys, we're going to have to do love for Zook. We have to send letters as regular citizens, or maybe ask somebody to send a letter to the government to see what kind of information we could get. Because this is done. Mr. Brook, thank you so much for all the information provided thus far. Madam Chair, never in my political history, my short history, or me even being around politics, I've seen anything like this. It's disastrous. And when I read this whole motion, nothing in the motion mentions about the minister's performance. When you go on, you say that the motion serves as a necessary constitutional instrument to reserve executive balance and strictly of a political and functional nature rather than judgment on the personal or professional conduct of the minister. The motion is saying the minister didn't do nothing wrong. The motion is written here, the minister did nothing wrong in their eyes. But still you want to send him home? Give me a break, man. Who write this? Madam Chair, it goes on in the resolves. This motion is based on the necessary safeguarding of political alignment, coalition stability, and the integrity of the parliamentary process. You know what it sounds like to me? Coalition above country. And when I heard my colleague MP, Jansen-Webster, mention when the person asked her, would you serve politics or serve the people? The MP mentioned serve the people. But this whole motion here that co-signed is politics. Nothing to do with a man work. Come on. I always for the underdog. And when you're wrong, you're wrong. That's why we brought a motion of disapproval. Because we're going to highlight things that need to change. But now all of a sudden, the voices that were, no, you need to come with a disapproval first. And you need to follow this procedure because one of their ministers was going home. Right? Now it changed. Imagine the tone why. Listen, one thing I could say for sure, right? Today will go down a day in history where the people of Sint Maarten will be reminded of this. And don't forget, now this in the old time days where these things, I'm going to make sure that this thing, I'm going to copy this video before anything happens. Trust me. Because I'm going to use this video. Remember, at the end of the day, right, we are here to serve the people and not no party and not no particular agenda. Because it don't make sense, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to send a message to any future potential thinking members that want to join the URSM. This could happen to you. It's going to happen. The minute you don't dance to the rhythm, you dance tumba and they're playing soca, that's it for you, party done. Party done, for real. Madam Chair, I want to say this. Good over evil always. Madam Chair, a report was sent to the Integrity Chamber. We have outstanding questions with the minister here. We have outstanding questions with the Prime Minister. Here we are asked to plead judge and jury in a situation where we don't have all the facts. I remember yesterday MP Lewis asked you, Madam Chair, can we get all the information? Will this meeting continue? Yes, we're going ahead. We're down the road. It's your prerogative. Madam Chair, I would like to hit this quote from Tupac in 1994 when he was in court. You know, Your Honor, throughout this entire court case, you haven't looked me or my attorney in the eye once. It's obvious you're not here in search for justice. So therefore, there's no point in me asking you for a lighter sentence. I don't care what you do because you're not respecting us. This is a court not for law and justice, as I'm not concerned. So no justice is being served here today. You still can't look me in the eye. So I say, do what you want to do. Give me whatever time you want. Because I'm not in your hands. I'm in God's hands. Minister Brook, you're in God's hands. Keep your head up. do what you have to do, and up to now, I haven't seen a reason to send you home. But let's see what would happen in the votes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Duran. Any other person for motivations? We are still on motivations for the first motion. That, yes, we do. MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Good evening, all. Good evening, Minister, support staff, and all the, let's say, 800 people viewing. Madam Chair, you know, at times, persons feel a way sometimes when I bring evidence to the floor table or use their own words on the floor of Parliament. But today, I'll use these words. On January 8, 2026, URSM calls for institutional calm and respect following reports of an internal executive matter. The URSM stated that the matter falls squarely within the internal operations of the executive branch of government. That's not my words. When it became public, that's what they stated. And emphasized to give due process, administrative protocols. It also stated, not every issue that enters the public domain is one that should be litigated in the public, as we are doing exactly right now. It also stated, internal executive matters must be addressed within the appropriate institutional frameworks, like the minister did with integrity chamber, and I mean, the prime minister has the prosecutor, he could do different things, right? Without speculation, we had a meeting yesterday that we couldn't continue, so now we have to speculate because we can't get the answers because the Parliament in this proceeding does not want us to get answers. Or unnecessary escalation. This couldn't have been written better. You will still be talking about today. This was written in January. In January. Madam Chair, it also states, the executive branch must be afforded the space to resolve internal matters calmly and lawfully. And it concluded that we must have restraint while the internal matter is being addressed. But yet still, this coalition, with all that was being said, brings it today. But in the motion, going to say, right, Parliament must deal with it. Whereas the same board is saying, hey, mind your business, we're going to deal with it. Make up your mind. Make up your mind. Because I brought it to the floor of Parliament back then. I did. So I for sure can't vote on this motion when you don't tell me shut up, mind your business. Madam Chair, there's a clear contradiction of what the board said publicly. As I said, the board said, deal with all matters internally, use the proper frameworks, institutional frameworks. But today, that same political dispute is being brought to Parliament for us as members without the full documentation, without the Council of Ministers' position, and no factual records for any of us to make decisions on. And Madam Chair, I can't consider that to be good governance at all. We are turning an internal party and executive conflict into a parliamentary weapon. Okay, that's what we're doing right now. That's what we're doing right now. So again, I will not be supporting this motion, and it'll be very, very interesting to me and for me to see how anybody supports this motion and how anybody continues to represent the people of Sint Maarten when it comes to legislation, motions when it comes in the future, because just like how we have this today, all the information that lies with us today on the internet, you're going to be accountable for all your future decisions also based on this motion and how you vote. And Madam Chair, I want to be very clear because in the future, if there are other motions brought, again, I have no problem bringing a motion of confidence for any minister. Make it black and white right now, any minister, including the minister in front of me. But it has to be justified. It has to be justified. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Irian. Are the members now through with their motivation? I look around to make sure, and I guess, oh, I see him on the screen, MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed evening again, Madam Chair Lady, and all. Madam Chair Lady, last week, MP Wever and myself, we were in Curacao, and when we got back, we came straight to the government building where the Boys Brigade had a ceremony. Youth Brigade had a ceremony. And the Minister of Justice, in her speech, used a word. And that word has continuously rang in my head all week. Because when I see that word, I think on that word, I think on one person and one person only. The word is grit. Look it up. The definition of grit is a positive, non-cognitive personality trait categorized by the passion and the perseverance to pursue long-term meaningful goals. It represents the ability to sustain efforts and motivation over extended periods, enduring obstacles, setbacks, and failures without giving up. Jesus Christ, Father, help. Help. Because facing a motion that you know, Madam Chair Lady, through you, to the minister, is coming, the minister is still working. As if this is not going to come, I would have already thrown in the towel. But the minister, the grit in this minister, is still pushing for the people. In Dutch, we say pecha af. Pecha af to you, pecha af to Ms. Hodge sitting there next to you, pecha af to Mr. Somersault and the rest of your team, that you continuously push work for this country. Madam Chair Lady, there is one minister that owe me no questions. That is Minister Brugge. Owe me no answers. All my questions are answered. From the day he went into that ministry. And I never had to call that ministry and ask, hey, but where are my answers? Madam Chair Lady, I'm going to highlight a little piece, and then I'm going to tell everyone who said these words. It speaks of locals. It speaks of locals. It speaks of putting locals first and cutting them down when they reach there, and how I could do that. Madam Chair Lady, this is an article that came out from MP Westcott, Sarah Williams. When was this? When they were firing Emily. So now, Madam Chair Lady, I want when you motivating your question, your vote, I would really appreciate it if you tell me from heart that Emily is more local than he. Because I don't see it. I don't see it at all. How am I to tell my kids this is something that you should do? How I could look at your godson in his eyes and tell him, yes, your dream of being a member of parliament is one that you should pursue, or a minister, that you should pursue. Madam Chair Lady, I feel shame. I feel shame. I feel shame that we're here today. I don't even know how the earth ain't just open up and swallow this whole house. Because it's a shame. The question is, are we voting today for the people, or are we voting for a party? That's the question. That is the question, nothing else. You cannot come here and talk and knock on nobody's door again and talk about you doing it for the people. This is not for the people. This is self. This is self. Put your head down, because it's shameful. It is a disgrace. And I will not be part of it. I will not be part of it. If I had gotten the opportunity to finish everything and hear everything out from both sides, Minister Brugge, your chances were 50-50 that I would have voted for this motion. It was 50-50 because I am an honest man. But what I'm seeing today, what I'm hearing today, unacceptable. It will get no support from myself and no support from the United People's Party or any one of its members. We don't stand for that. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. We have now come to the end of the motivations right after I give mine. To the members of Parliament who think that with their snide remarks, they drawing this Member of Parliament and Chair Lady out, absolutely not. For you, I have the information that I have been there, and usually it would be done that. In this particular case, it's been there, was done that, too. And these words, differently spoken, I have indicated to Minister Brugge. What do I mean with that? Many years ago, like many of my colleagues in here like to remind me of, I faced a motion of no confidence before country status by the government that I was part to. I also told the minister what I did. I listed, because just like you, Minister, all I was doing was working on behalf of the people. So what did I do? I waited until the very last moment, listed everything that I did, and then turned in my resignation with the words, I will be back. And I was back again, again, and again. So members of Parliament, when you talk about standing alone means not only standing by yourself, but also telling the entire truth, and especially those who know politics and who very well understand this motion before us here today. And I stated to Minister Brugge before this, I don't like the position that I have been put in as a political party. I don't like the position that my members have been put in this particular case. But what I do know, Minister Brugge, is that the status quo with you, unfortunately, remaining in this position under these circumstances cannot work. And we have seen where this matter is going with the meetings culminating in the ones yesterday. Minister Brugge and members of Parliament, the amount of messages that I have received, the amount of persons that I had to explain the following. A coalition agreement was signed between 4 political parties. And like you know, Minister, much of our political constitutional matters are not written in law. But one thing for sure, parties propose based on that coalition agreement, their ministers. And now whether we call it URSM or faction of URSM, the URSM in the current coalition agreement got 2 ministers' posts to fulfill. The same faction that brought these names and these ministers, including yourself, to the other coalition members, is saying now, one that I brought to you, I can't maintain him. I can't maintain him. Minister, this motion is not even sharp enough in explaining that it has nothing absolutely to do with you. And like I told you before, somewhat in jest, I said next to my own ministers, you are next in line in terms of responding to me or having your staff respond to me. What I was asked to think of is what happens if we were to say, if I was to say to the URSM faction, no, we can't pay heed to you not wanting your minister, who you propose as part of the coalition agreement that we have. What would that mean for the people of Sint Maarten? Since we're all in here talking about the people of Sint Maarten, what would that mean? What would that mean for us as a coalition, for the government? Right now, Minister, I know your intentions are pure, but I can't imagine how anyone would want to pretend to say that our Council of Ministers, under these circumstances, are working well. It cannot be. It cannot be. We are expecting the impossible. And Minister, you know it. I've told you this to your face. I've told it to those around you. I respect you for the work that you do. But what this motion is saying, if we don't deal with the situation of the government right now, how can you be expected to function, Minister? In the council right now, we have seen what has transpired. We have seen the things that have come out of the Council of Ministers. Can it get any better? Absolutely not. And you know what I ask myself and any member in here leading a faction or what should ask themselves, part of a coalition, and you had a situation that now the URSM is saying that they're having, what would your response be? Tell them no. Pull a towel over our face and say, continue, work it out there in the Council of Ministers. And who are suffering? The people of Sint Maarten. Minister, I wish I had another ministerial post to put you in, but I can't. The post you were put in was done by the URSM, signed off with the other coalition members. I have never felt this bad about a meeting, but I also realize that I cannot be culpable of letting it continue to simmer and doing as if everything is right. And I want the people of Sint Maarten to understand that. So all of those who are taking another direction, oh yeah, take the videos, take any video of me and play them as often as you want. Play them on a campaign trail, wherever you care to play them. Because as I said, been there, was done that. And yes, I have made it clear, under no circumstances will an opposition motion to any of my ministers, will it get my support? And that was my position when the current Prime Minister supported a motion of no confidence against a minister. In fact, even a motion of disapproval points in a certain direction. So I think the members of this House who know better, who understand politics better, don't cloud the issues. Don't cloud the issues. The fact is that, Minister, to you now, directly from me on behalf of my faction as well, we didn't want to be in this position. And those who question, but you as the leader, you as one of the leaders, you should have said or done something. Who knows? Does everything that I say to the coalition belong out in the public? No. How long these discussions have been going on about this situation, it's unfortunate. But this is the way our system works. This is the only thing we have to go by. Coalition of 4 parties, you bring in, or the URSM brings in its members, the DP, the PFP, the SAM, we bring in the members, we bring in the ministers, and if that faction or that party, whether board or not, says that they don't want a minister that they propose, then one of those smart ones who know how it should have been should say what they would have done in a position like that. That is the answer that should be given. So those who were waiting to hear this explanation, yes, and don't play on the sentiments of the people. Don't play on the sentiments of the people. So, Minister, I'm telling you again to your face, because I don't have a chair to speak through. I can speak directly to you. I hate to be in this position here. I hate to be in this position. And I ask myself, when I listen to everything, what do I tell my members? Because the same explanation I'm giving here, I'm giving to the people of St. Maarten, I gave to them. And what do I tell them now? What do I tell them now? But, Minister, I feel for you, but I think more so, I feel for the civil servants in the ministry of VSA. How are they expected after this to feel comfortable and at ease in a ministry? With all that is going on, do we understand this? Do we understand this? And we just continue on. And yes, it's what I said before, and a member said, oh yeah, and when the President of Parliament came with that she's coming with the change to the law regarding Article 33 of the Constitution, yes, and indeed, other members applauded that. But you know, more than that, what the members applauded is when I said, and we're going to adjust Article 59 of the Constitution. That's what got the applause, because they realized exactly what we were talking about. Members of Parliament, we are now called to vote on a motion of no confidence against a sitting minister, not because we have gotten answers to all of the issues, not because investigations have not been concluded, but because a coalition partner who received 2 ministries, put forward candidates for those ministries, is telling the other coalition partners now that one of those members they cannot maintain. And what do we say? No, you have to keep him or her? And then they would say, well, no, you keep the minister, but give us the portfolio. Because that's in essence what is being put before the coalition partners here. So yes, it is constitutional. Yes, it is political. But it's unfortunately that any other member of the coalition and of this parliament has been put in this position, and the minister, and yes, I agree with the member. I agree with the member minister who said, you have grit. Because I would already have told them what it could take their ministry and do it. And fact is, yes, and fact is that you will find your place, minister. And just like I did, I don't remember how many years ago, you're going to prove your worth. The only thing is, in this particular case, minister, the odds are against you politically, and it has nothing to do with your performance. Absolutely not. Has nothing to do with your performance, Minister. It has to do with what is happening politically and constitutionally in this country. Members of Parliament, we're now going over to the voting on this first motion. And the number is number 4.
MP Veronica Jansen-Webster.
4.
MP Viren Kotai.
4.
MP Dimar La Vega. 4. MP Francisco La Cruz.
Against.
MP Lyndon Lewis.
Against.
MP Franklin Meyers.
4.
MP Omar Otley.
Against.
MP Rayon Peterson.
4.
MP Shamira Roseberg.
Against.
MP Ludmila de Wever.
4.
MP Christopher Wever. 4. MP Darrell York.
Against.
MP Egbert Duran.
Against.
MP Artwell Irian.
Against.
Chair Lady Sarah Westcott Williams.
4. Members of Parliament, the motion number 1 for this public meeting, the motion of no confidence against the Minister of VSA, Minister Richnel Brugge, has been accepted with 8 votes for and 7 against. Motion accepted. We would have come to the second motion for today. That is a motion submitted by MP Irian and supported by sufficient members. No, motion number 2 is MP La Cruz's motion. Okay. So we go over to the motion number 2 for today. I look at the, no, okay. Here we go. And I shall read the motion number 2. Motion number 2. The Parliament of Sint Maarten in its meeting assembled on Friday, May 29, 2026. Having considered the constitutional role of Parliament to exercise oversight over government and safeguard proper governance and public interest, the importance of maintaining high standards, transparency, and accountability in the healthcare system, particularly regarding the authorization and practice of medical professionals, noting that the healthcare sector in Sint Maarten requires strict regulation to ensure that only qualified and competent professionals are allowed to practice medicine in the interest of patient safety and public trust. There have been ongoing integrity-related concerns and parliamentary scrutiny involving the Ministry of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, VSA, its oversight and matters relating to professional authorization and governance, observing that there have been disturbing attempts alleged whereby the Prime Minister sought to sign off or facilitate the authorization of a medical professional to practice as a general practitioner in Sint Maarten without the legal required documentation. Minister of VSA reportedly refused to sign the advice regarding this authorization. The Ministry of Public Health, consisting of qualified medical professionals, together with the inspectorate, have reportedly issued a negative advice on this matter. There is uncertainty as to whether the individual in question is currently practicing medicine on St. Maarten outside of their agreed position in SMMC. Considering that any unauthorized practice of medicine poses a direct risk to public health, patient safety, and trust in the healthcare system, proper procedures, legal requirements, and professional standards must be strictly adhered to in the authorization of medical practitioners. Parliament has a duty to ensure that no procedural violations, political interference, or irregularities occur in sensitive sectors such as healthcare. Given that the Prime Minister mentioned, and I quote, the reasoning to overturn the negative advice, I knew the individual, resolves to urge the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor to immediately mandate the relevant departments within the ministry, including the Inspectorate of Health, to conduct a comprehensive and urgent investigation to determine where the individual in question is currently practicing medicine on St. Maarten, verify the legal status, credentials, and authorization of said individual, to urge that a definite and confidential report outlining the findings of this investigation be submitted to Parliament, to ensure that appropriate immediate measures are taken where necessary to halt any unauthorized medical practice pending the outcome of the investigation, to request that the report also clearly indicate whether proper procedures were followed, whether any laws, regulations, or administrative protocols were breached, any role of political or administrative interference, if applicable, to urge the government to reaffirm and strictly enforce all requirements for the authorization and practice of medical professionals in St. Maarten in line with existing policies and forthcoming regulatory frameworks, and further resolves to forward this motion to the Council of Ministers and the Minister of VSA for immediate execution and follow-up. This motion has been submitted by MP Francisco La Cruz and supported by several other MPs, which include, from what I can read by the names, MP Otley, MP Lewis, MP Doran, MP York, and MP Iran. Copies of this motion to be sent to the Governor of St. Maarten, the government, and the Government of St. Maarten. Before going over to the voting on the motion, I ask if any member requires or requests hoofdelijke stemming. There is no hoofdelijke stemming being. Hoofdelijke stemming. Okay, so we are having hoofdelijke stemming. Now I ask if any member wants to motivate his or her vote. We have MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, when I brought up the point in terms of liability in the case of what the Prime Minister mentioned, not having the proper certifications, I was hoping that the Prime Minister would have corrected me and indicated that it was something that he misspoke. Further down in the conversation, we realized that one of the professionals, or the professional in question, has no qualifications to work nowhere in the world, and I found that quite worrisome, because here we have a so-called medical professional administering medicine and or advice, and they are not qualified. A lot of us have situations where we feel that medical malpractice took place, and how will we be able to prove that? And I find it quite worrisome, and I find the Prime Minister was quite at ease when he relayed that information. He can bring 100 articles out, but nothing can replace the words that were used here on this floor of Parliament with regards to not having the proper qualifications and him choosing that individual because he knew them. So if you didn't know the Prime Minister, you wouldn't be able to practice medicine here in St. Maarten. I find it not only quite distasteful, but very worrisome, and I realized that the room stayed quiet. Only yesterday, after it was repeated over and over and over, then the meeting was adjourned, and I hope that this person is not practicing and not being qualified, because at the end of the day, who knows when, where, what, and how. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I will definitely support this motion.
Thank you, MP Doran. Just to mention, members, because I had indicated that we could have postponed the handling of this motion given its not direct relation to the topic at hand. Motions by members of Parliament must be on topic, on the subject, and clear and concise, short, clear, and concise. However, given the discussions and a small change that apparently MP Lacruz made in this motion, I still feel it's a little off topic, MP Lacruz, but since I started the voting on it, we will continue with such. And I give the floor now to MP Lacruz.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, and in discussion with yourself, I understood somewhat where you were going with the motion having not so much to do with this. And I also explained, and I explained to other members of Parliament, those that care to listen, that it was not, it is a motion that has to do with the situation today. Madam Chair Lady, at the end of the day, today, Minister Brugge walks out of here and he will be ex-Minister of VSA. And my blood pressure just went sky high. And I'll tell you why. The acting Minister of VSA is now Dr. Luc Mercelina. Madam Chair Lady, this is no political jab. MP Meyers, this is no political jab. Minister Melissa Gomes, this is no political jab. That needs to be dealt with now. The acting Minister of VSA, seeing the allegations that are now before us, cannot under no circumstances be Dr. Luc Mercelina. That needs to be changed ASAP. For his party members, if you have any love for him, do it. Quick. Urge. Because the things that will be going on in there, Madam Chair Lady, this motion is to bring rust to the country. This motion is to make sure that Parliament is doing its job, telling the ministry if a mistake was made with one of the points that was brought forth to us, you have a chance to fix it now. That is what we're saying with this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Lacruz. The next MP to speak to the motion is MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a sad day in St. Martin's history, with me being one of its leaders after all the deliberations in the past weeks. Madam Chair, I would like to chime in based on what my colleague just mentioned, that it would not be ethical for the Prime Minister, Minister of General Affairs, Dr. Luc Mercelina, to continue as acting Minister of VSA. Reason why, Madam Chair? With all the allegations, number one, you self-mentioned that you are making your decision based on the fact that the people are suffering, or that they will continue to suffer. I will tell you they will continue to suffer under such leadership, Madam Chair. And with all the sweet words that you have spoken and explained on how and why the minister had to go home, the people see right through it. And I can tell you one of the messages that I received Your beginning just reached to the end, Madam Chair, and I wish you luck in the next election. Thank you.
Any other member to speak? I see MP Otley requesting the floor for motivation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, for many persons that are looking on, they might not understand the urgency of this motion. Many may, many may not. What the good MP is doing is not calling back every MBA, every doctor, every degree. He is specifically focusing on the individual that was not qualified anywhere. This is important. And when they speak of the acting minister, I want the public to realize that there's allegations from within the department and ministry of abuse of power, pressuring to overturn, pressuring to formulate and put bids in a manner that someone can win. Madam Chair, it takes a lot for persons within the ministry to come forward. And now the persons that they are coming forward against will be their boss. Please pay close attention. If we really feel for these civil servants, if we really care about these civil servants, because when I hear the speech, Madam Chair, it reminds me of this meme that I saw on the internet with a guy in the well, and his friend is putting his hand out, he can't reach, and he said, I can't reach. But the guy have a ladder there to help him all the time. He refused to put that ladder down. Because today, Minister Brooke, civil servants, if they really, really, really cared about you, something could have been done. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Otley. Any other member? On motion number 2, we have MP Veronica Jansen-Webster.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I just wanted to mention that with this motion, I find it unfortunate that, again, I think it was mentioned at least twice that the person, the doctor in question, is not qualified anywhere in the world. Having been the minister as well and having seen this advice, this doctor in question has a big registratie, which means that she is a qualified doctor. And if we look back at what the Prime Minister explained, the Prime Minister, and I played the tape over this morning, the Prime Minister did not use the word unqualified. The Prime Minister talked about certifications and what kind of certifications. So I find it unfortunate that that is what is coming up. In principle, I find the motion itself something that is needed, especially after yesterday. And I came in here today, Madam Chair Lady, I almost called you Prime Minister because that's how I knew you. But I came in here today to actually thank you for closing down that meeting yesterday because we needed that peace and that rest in the community and not to continue the bickering and going on about the back and forth and bringing down the entire healthcare and all the doctors. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Jansen-Webster. Members, allow the members who are speaking to speak, just like I request that they allow you to speak. So I continue. I give the floor for motivating his vote to MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think it's very unfortunate that members of Parliament will sit down here and misinform the general population. And I wasn't going to speak on it, but since the member perhaps is not aware, but the individual does not have a big registration. And I think that we have the minister here, we have the SG here, we have other members of the cabinet here, we have department heads here. Exactly. We can literally just go over in the break and ask for correct information. But to sit down on the floor of Parliament and just misinform the public, and Madam Chair, you know what, we could ask the minister on his last action before he leaves, right, to actually make it public and say it when he has to speak. Say it wouldn't be my word or opinion, it'd be the minister. So when an MP says here, I'm glad the public is calm. The public is not calm. I don't know what public the MP is on, but the public that I am on or see, they are not calm at all. They have more concerns than ever. This morning, I had to talk to a lot of people, and I tried to calm them down and say, listen, it's not all, it's just one, and this is the situation. But, Madam Chair, I hope, like MP La Cruz said, that the good, honorable Dr. Prime Minister Messina does the right thing, and we don't have a long, drawn-out meeting. He brings the true information forward. Madam Chair, Minister Bruch, you had at least one support in your coalition that saw through, right, the motion, and you had also. I heard a nice political recruitment process going on to try to recruit you, but I know you can see through the gimmicks also, right? I know you can see through the gimmicks, because all the questions that the chair posed, what would you do? The opportunity was there to ask us. Nobody ever asked us what we would do. So yes, I would have done things different if the chair wants to know. Yes, I would have. I would have. If the chair wants to know how we would operate, Minister, how have you been operating all the time? This happened a year ago, you've been there, right? So how you been operating? So the chair wants me to answer, yes, I will let the man operate how he's been operating already, because he's been operating. The chair said, yes, don't worry. Maybe I asked her, maybe I spoke, I ain't gonna let the public know. Yeah, I agree with that. But we know now we're in Parliament and you don't say nothing. So yes, my job is here. I can't deal with all the backdoor talks. That's not my job. My job is here. So yes, Minister, I can answer all the questions from the chair. I would have done it differently. I would address it differently. I would have bring a motion to disapproval a while back. Because, Minister, at the end of the day, if the Council of Ministers has no balance, so how have you been operating for the last year? How much meetings did the coalition call? How much meetings did DP call? How much meetings did the chair call on your performance and the concerns of you not operating with Parliament? How much? But what I do appreciate, Minister, like somebody said, we have 800 people viewing, and all the scene is snake, all over, a bunch of snakes all over the place, right? And one thing I appreciate what the chair said, right? It's up to you to decide how you can get back here. It's up to you. You continue working how you need to work, and make sure when you get to all the political recruitments, right, you make sure cut off all the heads of the snakes first. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. The next members, just a reminder, we're in motivating your vote. And the next MP to speak is MP Roseberg. MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. In regards to motion number 2, seeing that there seems to be a lot of confusion, and I do believe it, if there are things you shouldn't be playing with, it's your health. So therefore, I don't see no issue in investigating what needs to be investigated if there's nothing wrong, because how I read the motion, it also mentions that where it's being spoken about, that where necessary. So if everything is being done correctly, then it's not necessary to do further stuff if everything is being done good. But we need to make sure that, seeing that I'm hearing and I'm not aware that on one hand there is a registratie, on the other hand there's no registratie, I think we need to get to the bottom of this, especially seeing the outcome of yesterday's meeting, and we're dealing with the health of persons, so therefore I'm looking forward to the outcome of such. And seeing that I don't have another opportunity to do so, I would like to thank the Minister of PhA and the support staff for the work done so far. I have worked with you in a good way, and you have assisted several projects. And one thing that I admire, and I think I maybe have to get that more from you, is the way how you're so connected. No matter where you go, no matter what you do, you stay humble and focused. And this was a difficult day. This was a difficult day.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. The next MP to speak to motivate his vote is MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, as many have said, today, it's a sad day because although maybe predictable, the outcome should have been otherwise. And I view this basically as a classic case of David versus Goliath, but in this case, David didn't have a slingshot. Madam Chair, one thing that was said about the motion being that it referenced the individual not being certified. Madam Chair, the motion referenced the allegations and to research the allegations. So before we misinform the public, we really got to take I mean, one MP spoke today about comprehension. So I really think adjectives and verbs and all those type of things, I really think we need to take a real look at these motions before we comment on them, because at the end of the day, it's about the allegations. And while on the topic, Madam Chair, I think it's very important to note that we need to find a way. I don't know if there's one already and we just don't honor it, but we need to find a way to go about speaking about individuals that has nothing to do with the political atmosphere, because at the end of the day, right or wrong, these individuals have a life. And now this individual's name, face, is going all over social media, and that just crosses the line for me. So I think we need to find a way to deal with these type of situations in order to avoid the next one like this happening, notwithstanding that this problem needs to be solved. Because as MP Lacruz stated, it cannot be that there are allegations, official complaints, investigations, potential investigations, alleged investigations against the Prime Minister, now acting Minister of VSA, about his actions as acting minister when the ministers would not be here. And now we're just going to move on as if business as usual and expect that the civil servants of the ministry be treated accordingly. Madam Chair, it's only now that I don't think nothing's going to come of that whistleblower policy. Now, really and truly, I don't believe that is going to move an inch. Because I believe, Madam Chair, and I'm of the humble belief, that if that policy was in place today would have gone a different direction. Because it can be, Madam Chair, because I heard a governing program being referenced. And Madam Chair, things in the governing program such as GB, regulating casinos. The governing program, Madam Chair, was supposed to come to Parliament a year ago, over a year ago. As a matter of fact, I can quote a minister of the Council of Ministers stating that it's coming to Parliament. Up to now, it can't come to Parliament, yet we're referencing a governing program. Through you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the governing program, again, referenced things such as GB, regulating casinos, but yet we're opening casinos and GB is still not regulated. We have a fuel clause going on. I just received a bill today, Madam Chair, sky high. Madam Chair, it can be that in the governing program...
Your motivation, please, on this particular motion. That's what we're at.
Yes, and I will be continuing speaking on that. Madam Chair, it cannot be, Madam Chair, that the taxation of seniors was spoken on in this governing program, Madam Chair. And the one minister, I repeat, is actually doing something in the governing program. Cost of living adjustment, livable wage. The one minister that's actually doing something that the coalition promised the people of Sint Maarten is now being sent to go home. So, Madam Chair, on this motion, as I referenced, it's very important that we get to the bottom of the allegations, because at the end of the day, we're speaking about people's health. And again, Madam Chair, it cannot be that almost everything in this governing program that really affects the people of Sint Maarten is being put to the wayside. And the one minister that's actually doing something that was promised, again, is being sent home today. And in closing, Madam Chair, it might be unpopular, but there's only one person in my humble opinion, of the coalition that put country above coalition today, and that's MP Shamir Rosebud. So I think credit got to be given where credit is due.
Members and audience, I need to ask you please to, members not to give that indication and audience not to reply, please. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, with that being said, credit is given where credit is due. That's my opinion. If anybody else have a different opinion, that's up to them. But, Madam Chair, what happened today is wrong. And again, I'm in full support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. Any other member to speak on motion number 2? We don't have any other speakers on motion number 2. In response to the member who brought me a message, and the same member who usually asks me how I did it and how I am here so long, it's because I let things like this, for example, slide. That's why I am still here. So the message can go back as well via the member who brought it and ask about it. But we continue now on the voting. And this is number 9.
MP Franklin Meyers.
4.
MP Omar Otley.
4.
MP Rayon Peterson.
4.
MP Shamira Roseberg.
4.
MP Ludmila de Wever.
4.
MP Christopher Wever.
4.
MP Darrell York.
4.
MP Egbert Duran.
4.
MP Artwell Irian.
4.
MP Veronica Jansen-Webster.
4.
MP Viren Kotai.
4.
MP Dimar Labega.
4.
MP Francisco La Cruz.
4.
MP Lyndon Lewis.
4.
Chair Lady Sarah Westcott Williams.
4. Although we had, although we had a voting by roll call, the vote is actually unanimous. It was accepted with 15 votes for and none against. Motion accepted. We would be now at motion number 3. The motion that expresses dissatisfaction, but I have understood from the presenter of the motion, MP Irian, that this motion will be withdrawn. MP Irian, if you can just state that and then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm requesting a proposal to retract my motion, seeing the first motion and seeing that the fairness and justice based on my motion will not make any sense anymore. So on that note, I would like to retract my motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That is a proposal. Is it carried by? We have 2 members supporting that motion. Motion number 3 for this parliamentary meeting is retracted and thus is not to be voted upon. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this meeting of Parliament. I want to thank the Minister of VSA, Minister Richnel Brug, and his support staff. And again, Minister, I can afford myself the opportunity to say that I deeply regret that this matter came to where it came to, especially with you and your ministry and the persons working for that ministry. So with that, Minister, thank you. Thank your support staff who is here. Ladies and gentlemen, members and of Parliament, we have come to the end of this meeting. I bid you a good evening and hereby close this meeting.